Okay. Let's make sure the mic is proper. Music is off. Echo is not on. Frostbite Slash says the FTC lost. We got our first red alert of the stream. We will be advancing today's stream into a red alert format as of right now. So I apologize, but this is no longer episode 40 of the PlayStation Legion news and updates. It will now have to be transitioned into a red alert. We will only give a shout out to the people in the chat. We will not do full shout outs. We're going to break this down and figure out what this means. This was not something that I was not expecting. I told Sick Humor, I told everybody, I was like, bro, I had a dream this shit was not gonna stand. So again, I was right. Everybody was here when I said, hey bro, I don't have a good feeling about this. I don't have a good feeling about the judge. I do not have a good feeling about this. We were supposed to get the update tomorrow. It came early. So everybody thought it was going to come early as next week. It's never going to happen that way. That's not the judge's schedule. But this is what's going on now. So now we're going to move forward. We're going to figure out what this means, what PlayStation can do. Again, I appreciate everybody for coming out to the news and updates. The news and updates will now be a red alert. So Frostbite, can you write that out for us again so we can make sure we have a title? I'm going to upgrade the title and everything like that. I do have the memberships on standby. And I may do a membership since we were already in the process of going live with a news and update, so I might as well just follow through because I had just got my breakfast and then I was gonna go do the shout outs right now. But now I'm in the process of upgrading this to a red alert. So let me hello. Okay. Oh, okay. For some reason, they want to verify that it's me, even though I know it's me. So, give me a little bit of time. YouTube wants to verify that I am actually on the YouTube account and that it's me. That must mean somebody is attempting to try to break into my account once again. This happens every now and then. Just give me 1 second. So I'm in the process of upgrading the live stream to red alert status. So what was really interesting is I had predicted that we were going to have a red alert. It's interesting because I have a red alert screen right here because I expected something to go down today. I just wanted to put that in front of you guys. You know, this is the red alert stream. You know, normally we have some other stuff like no, that's not it. That's the red waiting. This one right here is the red. There we go. I don't know, something had told me, hey Jay, make sure you have the waiting screen for red alert because something's gonna happen. Then I had that fucking dream. I don't have dreams a lot, man. So, and I had told Sick about it. I told him about it like 2 streams back to back. And he kept telling me, nah, bro, you know, it's going through. I was like, bro, I told him, I'm like, I don't have dreams a lot. If I have dreams as vivid as that, like I was in the fucking courtroom and I already fucking knew that shit was not going through. This is why I wasn't acting like any of the other PlayStation dudes. You know, I was not acting like any of these other guys. And the reason why I wasn't acting like those other guys is because I knew that this shit wasn't going to go through. The injunction. I think the FTC did and said everything they can. we're going to go see exactly what happens, because once this deal goes through completely, we're looking at a situation where they're putting everything on Game Pass. Everything from Bethesda, not everything from Bethesda, everything from Blizzard, everything from Activision, all the Call of Duties are going straight to Game Pass. We're going to see what this means for Activision as far as them making their own money. They're going to be under Microsoft, and every month, all the money they get is essentially going to Microsoft to increase their income and their revenue for the Xbox brand, which is going to boost it tremendously, right? Especially if a lot of casual PlayStation fans don't understand what's going on, and that they're initially helping Microsoft. There's a lot of stuff to unpack here, and I'm very excited about it. But everybody in the chat y'all can testify. I never said that this was going to happen. I said that I was completely on the other side of everybody. I was like, bro, this shit's not going through. I was reading, we were listening to the judge. I was listening to her tone. I knew it, and then I had the dream, and then it reinforced what I already had a gut feeling about. And I was just, this shit wasn't going to happen, man. I'm pretty sure people are chatting right now, and I can't see you. I'm in the process of typing up the red alert. So I just want to make that shit a red alert. We're not going to do... I'm just going to cut these out. Let's just cut these out. Let me... Who that just jumped in the chat? Because I can't see you. Somebody jumped in the voice chat. Let me go over there. Afro. Okay. Afro and Prince.
Damn it. Fuck. I was hoping you didn't see me. I was trying to jump from the top turnbuckle. What's going on, Jay?
Yeah, I popped over there. No, I'm just evolving this like a Pokemon into a red alert stream. Frostbite said that the FTC lost the injunction. So we're just going to deliberate, talk about it. I was on Helldivers. I was able to jump into a 4-player co-op. Dude,
I've been on this morning.
Yeah, he dropped the tank. Bro, he dropped the tank. We all 4 of us got in it. We were shooting out each side, bro. It was so much fun. I posted a gameplay on Twitter not too long ago. Fucking great game, bro. The more I play this shit, the more I love it. And it's the first one. Like, yeah, I'm ready for the second one, obviously, but what they were doing in the first one was fucking crazy.
No, I don't think you're ready, bro. I really don't think you're ready. I'm not even ready.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what's going on. Where is
hey, I have a question real quick.
Yeah, sure.
JayTech. So we all know the CMA blocked this acquisition from going through. So how can Microsoft acquire them if one regulatory body, government body, blocked it?
Well, actually, 2. The judge did was cancel or did not grant the injunction. The FTC is still blocking it because they still have a court case in August. The FTC they did the injunction because they got word that Microsoft was just going to push it through without them going to court. And that's why FTC said, nah, we got to get this injunction. So y'all motherfuckers wait until August so we see you in court. Microsoft's like, well, we're going to try to push this through without you guys. FTC got wind of that. That's why we were doing the injunction shit. As far as CMA, it's from what we know, they blocked it. They blocked it. And the FTC blocked it. But like I was trying to tell Truity and other people, our judicial system is not the same as a judicial system in the UK. It is not the same. So America will give you the benefit of the doubt. They will give you so much time to leave court and commit more crimes. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was watching. So
in other words, Microsoft, in order for them to, if I'm understanding your question, in order for Microsoft to fully acquire Activision, they would have to. Okay, so the injunction, so the FTC filed an injunction in other words, so if this had gone a different route, swayed a different way, the FTC could have just blocked the entire ordeal.
Yeah, if it had the power that the CMA has, yeah, then they wouldn't
Okay.
they wouldn't have had to go through a judge because the FTC word would be final. But the way the America does it is like, okay, yeah, the FTC flags it down. They show this, and then a judge has to decide if they believe the FTC, and then it completely gets blocked. But
Okay.
yeah.
But
Okay,
now
I'm not gonna say the CMA didn't do that with the judge, but the CMA has more power to like outright block shit. But when Europe was together, then if that was still the case when Brexit didn't happen, then the UK the CMA the CMA would be similar to the FTC as far as their decision not pretty much mattering because there's another branch. And that's why, the United States works the way it works because there are multiple branches of government. And you got to go through those different branches to get shit like this approved. You can't.
Okay, so now Microsoft can decide not to go to court in August. Is that?
They're gonna have. I believe they still have to go to court, but they can rush it through right now. They have now until the 18th, so they got 7 days. And from what I've understood, whether this thing was going to go through, the injunction was going to be successful or fail, both parties were initially planning to get a what is it, a retrial or so? Not a retrial, appeal. There you go, appeal. Yeah. So
okay.
FTC and Microsoft is going to get an appeal, so there's enough time to grant that appeal. It's like 11:26 in the morning. So
okay.
Yeah.
So now, let's say the FTC loses the case in August, or let's say Microsoft goes through, rams this through.
No, this the thing. In August, if they was to see Microsoft in August, then we're looking at a situation where it's definitely gonna be dead. That's why Microsoft tried to push it through before August. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to truly see FTC in court. This was just an injunction.
Okay.
This wasn't the real
They're
trial.
trying to prevent going to court with.
Yeah, FTC was trying to prevent Microsoft from just closing it because Microsoft felt that they got enough other countries to say okay. It's only the UK and the United States that have not said okay. So they were like, well, we got enough people to push it through.
So Microsoft can acquire Activision Blizzard if you have enough countries to say yes. Or I thought it was the other way around.
You repeat what you're saying because I'm up here being distracted by Nick. He's about to take an L.
So Microsoft has enough regulatory bodies internationally. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the UK blocked it.
Yeah, so you see, because UK, Europe, United States, they're big. You gotta have the major players on field. All these other countries, no disrespect to anybody that lives in any of the other countries, they're not as big of a deal as the UK, Europe and Britain, UK, Britain, and United States, or UK, Europe, and United States. So UK not being a part of Britain anymore because of the Brexit. They're their own thing. So you're gonna have to go. You would have had to go through CMA as well as the Britain body. They got through Britain, but they didn't get through UK. So because they're now separate countries, that's why this was a big deal.
Okay, yeah, that's crazy. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't understand. Like, they raised the price of Game Pass. Like, here's the thing. I don't even have. I'm gonna be honest and blunt. I don't even have an Xbox anymore because of just the content, which wasn't as good as PlayStation. How does this affect PlayStation, Sony?
So, let me. I'm on camera now, everybody. This is obviously a big deal because I'm on camera. This is a certified red alert. We're gonna keep it news and updates right now. I'm gonna go switch it over, but I think if I switch it over, I'm not on camera anymore. So I kind of want this set up. So I'm just gonna use this setup. We got the red alert. This is a red alert, but it was transitioned from news and update. To answer your question, you said, how does this affect Sony? This affects Sony's because Sony put too much stock in Activision. This is Sony's fault. This is PlayStation's fault. They've had their own shooter IPs, multiplayer co-op, you know, to a degree, some sort of a, you know, battle royales. They have had enough games in the past they could bring back in. That if they would have invested the type of money they invested in Activision for Call of Duty, they would have not had to worry about being so dependent on this deal going through or not. You know what I'm saying? So it's them.
One of the IPs that Sony could have brought back in PlayStation 4 era, they could have done a mixture of single player and multiplayer, is SOCOM. I don't know why.
Exactly. And see, this is the thing. And we're
Like,
gonna be 100% honest. If you guys wouldn't mind going to the chat and go to the emoji that's talking about flowers, give me my flowers. Because not only did I tell Sick Humor multiple times, I told you guys multiple times. If you don't want to trust me, if you don't like me, that's perfectly fine. But I'm going to tell y'all right now, I knew that the judge was not going to grant this injunction. Anybody can tell you I was not acting like any of the other PlayStation fans. After what we all know, you know, when you really want something to happen, it normally doesn't happen. I feel like a lot of PlayStation dudes, more so the Xbox dudes, wanted this not to happen. And a lot of Xbox dudes wanted it to happen, but their PlayStation has a bigger presence than Xbox. And if you really just eliminate that as well, you know, like, and with the other political things.
JTech. I got a quick question. Why does Microsoft hate Sony so much?
Because
why?
Sony didn't allow Microsoft to put Windows into their PlayStation, and they thought PlayStation was muscling in on their territory during the PS1 days because it was a computer system. PlayStation 1 could play disc, like CD disc, and I believe the first one allowed you to play musical CD disc. And once it beat Nintendo and beat Sega, it was like, okay, yeah, they're making money, but they don't need us to make money, and we're not making any money off of them making money. So they wanted to hurry up and get into the console race, and that's when they did with the original Xbox. And again, PlayStation was ahead because they were playing DVD disc, and you know, Xbox struggled to get a footing, and nobody knew Microsoft as a game company. So then they, you know, counted their losses. They started early the following generation with the Xbox 360, launched the system a year ahead of Nintendo and PlayStation, was able to muscle in on PlayStation's territory, make contracts with Japanese developers, European and United States developers. Games like Mass Effect, you know, Eternal Sonata, Star Ocean, all these different types of games that would normally be on PlayStation were first on Xbox or on Xbox for a timed exclusivity. So the thing is, they're upset at PlayStation because the money PlayStation brings in, they can't get it. So their new idea over the last 5 years is, if we buy the studios that the PlayStation gamers support, then we will be able to make our money back. We can't convince our, let's say, our legacy gamers to support us financially because now they're suckered into Game Pass. But we can strategically buy publishers that produce games that are very popular on PlayStation, and either
I don't mean to cut you off. Because at a certain point of me having an Xbox Series X and Game Pass, I was like, man, something just clicked on me. Like, I was like, wait, I'm paying this monthly. I'm not getting the content that I want. Where are the games? So at some point, no, don't get me wrong, like, I've invested a lot on Series X, but at some point, I think it was last year, I was like, man, I'm fed up. Like, I just switched. I was like, something is wrong with this company in the gaming division. And I'm not trying to be a fanboy. Like, I've had all consoles.
I will say that they, in all due respect, they tried. It's not like Xbox didn't try. This new thing about let us compete and stuff. Like it doesn't you know, it doesn't mean that Microsoft or Xbox division didn't try to give their fans games. But again, let me finish before you cut me off again, because it's very important for you to learn this so you're not as confused, right? The history matters, and if you know the history, you will never be confused. So fast forward, I was going through the story. Fast forward after the 360 generation, towards the end, they lost a lot of steam because they had to compete, right? PlayStation 3 was right there in their face. They literally had to compete. After the 1 year head start kind of like wore off, I mean, they had to compete head to head with Sony, and they lost game after game, month after month, and then eventually year after year, they just lost. Gamers started to defect to PlayStation, but never as much as the following the following generation with the PS4, right? PS4 was shown first, at least the technology, controller, and the camera. Then Xbox, because they saw Sony show off the camera, they were like, well, Sony's showing off the camera, so they must be bundling it. Well, let's get ahead of them and bundle the camera with the console, even though that was not Sony's strategy. That's why you shouldn't look at somebody else's homework too fucking closely. So, long story short, they bundled the camera with the controller. They priced the system at $500 because, again, they don't know what PlayStation doing. PlayStation, like, we have a $400 system and our camera is $60. You can decide to buy the camera if you want. That's how they lost. They were looking at PlayStation shit too closely. Then they didn't know PlayStation's full strategy, so they had to do their own strategy. They tried to go with DRM. They tried to do all of this other stuff. Again, they're only doing this because they don't know what PlayStation's doing. So then more PlayStation fans leave Xbox 360 and return back home to PlayStation, where they haven't been to PlayStation since the PS2. Now they're coming back. They're on the PS4.
Same here with me.
Yeah, they're coming back with the PS4 generation, right? But that's just 2013 and possibly 2014 and 15. It's not until E3 2016 where God of War 2018 is shown, Spider-Man 2018 is shown, and all these other great games are shown, where PlayStation fans that are still maybe on Xbox One, they're like, or haven't picked the system, they're like, oh, fuck. Okay, I'm coming home. And that right there, that was just over. So it didn't matter what Xbox was doing in 2013, 14, and 15 with releasing exclusive titles, because let's face it, they were dropping really big bombs, even compared to the PS4, right? But they didn't have us. Most PlayStation fans had left already, so there wasn't people that would support those games. So the people that were left over, they didn't care about those games. All they cared about is Call of Duty and Halo. So a lot of those games flopped. So now you understand why, like, it's not Xbox's fault. It's not Microsoft's fault. It's them not understanding who their real fans are. And that's what you have to understand. Like, everybody that plays only Call of Duty, Sony completely mistaken them for real PlayStation fans. And that's why when they bring out a PlayStation exclusive, it doesn't sell as good, because you think that the Call of Duty fans are your real fans. They're not. Wherever Call of Duty is, that's where they're going to go.
That's where they're going to flock.
And that's why today's stream is very important to get the news out. We're not doing that fanboy shit. I'm going to make sure you guys are fed and you're educated on what's going on. There is no point in lying and hyping you guys up so you can run out there into the world and be just fucking sidekicked, super kick, sweet chin music, you know, by the facts. So we're not doing that shit today. We're going to break it down the best we can so you guys can all be educated. You may not be happy with what I'm going to say today. That's on you. But we got to break down the facts. I also would advise going to Xbox channels, YouTube channels, or Twitter accounts, because it's just not right. I would not tell you guys to go there. Journalists also, because for the last 7 days, they got the decision wrong. They thought that they were going to get the decision all the way from last Monday to yesterday. So that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's 8 days. So for 8 days, they kept thinking the judge was going to give out the stuff. I said by the 12th. Today's the 11th. I was right. All of these guys were wrong. These guys have better credentials than I do. Some of them have more followers and subscribers than I do. So if they were wrong for fucking 8 days, please do not go over there and think you're going to be educated. I don't care who you like.
So JTech,
So it's not gonna happen, bro.
Let me ask you this: how does with Sony? We all know Sony has the greatest, the best game. I'm not saying it's fine. I just know by looking. But I play God of War. I've said all God of War games. I played Spider-Man. Just from coming from the Xbox Series X and I had the Xbox One generation, they have the best game developers in the world. It's proven.
Yeah.
So how does Sony, with all the talent they have globally, and like just the innovators, how do they capitalize on this?
Okay, repeat that question again. I'm scrolling through all the news and I'm like, just repeat it one more time for me.
So with what has happened since Microsoft is about to acquire Activision, Call of Duty, the makers of Call of Duty, how does Sony, what is Sony's next move? Like, if you are Sony and just knowing the talent that they have worldwide with the developers, game developers worldwide.
Dig in the vault.
Okay,
Dig in the
so
fucking vault.
Afro, I'm gonna let you go first, and then I'm gonna remember what the fuck I'm about to say, and then I'm gonna go after you.
I say dig in the vault, bro, because Call of Duty is not the face of all shooters. You know what I'm saying? Before there was Call of Duty, there was Medal of Honor. Before Call of Duty, there was a game called SOCOM. You see what I'm saying? So it just feels as though that those gems that are there, right? They need to be resurfaced because now is the quote unquote day and times for multiplayer games. As in, yes, like you said, Sony does have the better studios when it comes to producing games as content, right? It just seems to me with Microsoft, all you get is accessories, controllers, and games as a service, and games that are in preview beta through their program of Game Pass. Okay, and it's quality control. You see what I'm saying? Fun is subjective. Beauty is the eye of the beholder. You know, upon the other stable that we're talking about of Xbox, their beauty of their stable is controllers. That's face value, bro. That company promotes more controllers than they do their actual games. Okay.
I've noticed that. Yeah, I've seen that. I was like, what's? I saw a BBC interview with a journalist that sat down. I think it was during the PS3 generation, 360 generation. I saw this interview. It was on Twitter. It just, I was watching it. I was like, it dawned on me. Okay, Microsoft is the wealthiest gaming company out of the three, and that journalist said, no amount of money can buy years and decades of talent.
Or they just came in there flaunting their wallet. Like Jay said earlier, bro. If you know the history, you know the history. The original Xbox and 360, that was the pinnacle of that brand. Okay, it's no longer there. It will never get back to what it was because those people are in position of power. They're not gamers, bro. They're not gamers. Because how can you sit there and charge a consumer $500 as the most powerful, most T-flops and all this other stuff, but what do you see them promote now?
Game Pass.
Xbox Series S.
Yeah, Series S.
Okay. There's a game that I'm very passionate about called PUBG. Okay. And the reason I know this is because there's crossplay. Okay. Now listen to this if you can pick up what I'm putting down. Okay. You can thank Microsoft for this, right? If you have an Xbox One X or an Xbox Series X, you have the same features a PlayStation 4 Pro and a PS5. Okay, as an anti-aliasing to give you smoother textures. But what does Microsoft do upon their stable to promote the S? Saying, oh, it's the cheapest way to get into next generation, right? So many people brag about how that thing is so much more powerful than a PS5 and blah blah this and blah blah that, right? Why is it that as so many people I play with in crossplay have a Series S and they don't have the feature that an Xbox One X would give you at a cheaper price than you purchase in a? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
I'm just
that threw me for a loop. Yeah, that threw me.
If the Series S doesn't have the features as their previous most powerful console, that's all I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense. But that's
So,
Xbox for you, brother.
so what do you think Jim Ryan's next move is? If
Well,
you just if
let
you,
me
if you
muscle
had
in
I'll
here
let Jay,
before
I'll let Jay answer that.
yeah, before I forget what the fuck I'm gonna say.
I'll be back, by the way.
Okay, cool. So let's talk about you were asking like what do I think is Sony's next move, or what should
yeah,
Sony's next
yeah.
move be if I was in charge. If I was in charge right now, and this is a good way to look at it. You have a situation where Microsoft just spent a shitload of money to secure Activision, right? Let's say the deal completely goes through. Let's say it goes through before the 18th, right? Microsoft's first thing is to put Call of Duty and, well, pretty much just put all like Call of Duty and Diablo, put that shit in the Game Pass, right? So that's going to be beneficial to their subscription service. So if you want to go to Xbox and just subscribe and not buy games anymore, if that is your MO as a gamer going forward, then that's going to be the place. Sony, what Sony can do is, since Microsoft is still going to be tied up and spending all this money, they're not going to be able to do this again anytime soon, because then it's going to look like a monopoly. You already got Bethesda, you already got Activision. The only other person that I would know Microsoft would go after next would be EA. Because again, you got the people that do RPGs, you got the people that do shooting games. Who you gonna go after next? EA. The people that do sports. You would control the entire gaming industry for United States gamers. You see what I'm saying? EA does basketball, they do soccer, they do football, they do golf. And then you have Activision, they're doing Call of Duty, right? They're most known for that nowadays. Then you have Bethesda. They're known for doing RPGs, Western RPGs specifically. So you're going to have like the three pillars of gaming, right?
Spending all this money, how do they how do they recoup this money? I mean, that's $100 billion.
Well, Microsoft is $1 trillion company. There's your answer. I mean, it's not Xbox, it's Microsoft that's doing this. They're doing it oh shit, my shit about to go off. 1 second. Yeah, they're doing this in favor of Xbox, so that Xbox can hopefully turn a profit. And if they can listen, if they own the three pillars of the United States gaming industry, right? Sports, shooters, and RPGs, they can leave. They would just be making money off of PlayStation dudes. Now, my question, not my question, but as far as what Sony will do, I'm saying all of that to say, if Microsoft's gonna be focused on that, Sony can go underneath all of this shit and go pick up smaller people. Because see, the judges, the regulators, they're not gonna have a single problem with Sony picking up anybody now. That's why I wanted this to go through.
Now, oh, you wanted this to go through?
Yeah. Think about it. You just spent $75 billion. You ain't doing that shit anymore unless you want to just lose all your fucking cases. You're not going to be able to do EA anytime soon because it's going to look like a monopoly. It's a money trail right now. You know what I'm saying? Then let's say in a year or two, we got the FTC, the CMA, the judges. This is now has become history when it goes through, right? When it officially goes through, this is going to become history. This will be in the playbooks. Sony will be able to use Microsoft's, words against them to secure any studio, any publisher that they want going forward if they come up against any resistance. But looking at how Sony was able to get Bungie out the way under the radar, literally under everybody's radar, and just come out and say, hey, we own them now. They weren't in legal proceedings that was talked about. You see what I'm saying? Who else? Blue Point Studios. How quickly Sony picked up Evo, the people that they stream all the fighting competitions. How Sony was able to pick up House Marquee. We already know that they're gonna have to pick up Arrowhead after what's going on right now with the Activision deal, possibly definitely going through, right? So Sony will be able to pick up a lot of people this year, next year, and no resistance. I feel like that's a bigger W than having shit drug out for like 15, 16 months. And then knowing that if you try to buy anybody else on a publisher level, you're going to be stopped. That's when they're going to be like, yeah, this is a monopoly. It's already a monopoly, but they don't see it that way because they're again, the judge said it multiple times. She's new to the gaming industry, but obviously I heard bias in her voice, in her tone, and her mannerisms. I heard lots of bias in the benefit of Microsoft. I knew this shit wasn't going to go through. I knew it. I was like, this judge is not going to grant that injunction. Like I said, I can go on record and say it. You guys have all my streams. I told Sick about it. I told all of you guys about it. I was like, I have a fucking dream. This shit ain't going through, bro. It was so fucking vivid. Everybody in the chat, I'm not talking for my health. And I see 130 people that are watching. Thank you. I knew that you guys were going to be here. Yeah, I'm talking to you. So I put a 7-day subscriber restriction on this live stream. So thank you guys for like watching and everything, but you can't comment. So you might think about subscribing, or you can just leave. Everybody else that's a member, everybody else that is a mod, everybody else that's in the chat, y'all can go hit the like button. It's a shitload of you guys that I know fuck with me. So y'all go on and hit the like button, and we can talk about all of this other stuff after we get to 50 likes. So there's a lot of other developments that I want to talk about, from the judge's son to picking up Take Two. We will have engaging discussions when I see that we can engage with the people in the chat. So if you're in the chat and you have subscribed, and you have been subscribed for over 7 days at this point, hit the like button so we can actually get started talking to you guys. I'm not ignoring you. I see you. Matt, I'm going to give a shout out to everybody in the chat right now, because everybody else that's watching, they can't comment. I already knew you guys were going to be here. That's why we have a 7-day restriction on every live stream this whole week. So if you're here, subscribe. Other than that, you're just going to be able to watch. You won't be able to really comment or anything. So if you want to have a conversation, you can chat in the chat section. If you're subscribed for 7 days, if you're not subscribed for 7 days, I'll read off super chats. So if you don't fuck with me and you hate this shit or you like this shit, you can brag all you want. We'll read off the super chats. Be respectful though. Don't do no racist shit. If it's racist, we won't be reading it off. So let me give it. Yeah.
So does Sony have to share
Yes.
the PS6 tech secrets with Microsoft?
Yes. If they want Call of Duty on their next system, yes. So their hands would be bind, because what would happen would be they would just put Call of Duty on the PS5 tech, right, and not take advantage of the PS6 tech.
Oh my god!
You see what I'm saying?
Dude, so
yeah.
Don't
worry. I'm gonna be sure to have an engaging conversation with you as well. Jesus. Thank you for being here. But let me give a shout out to the people in the chat. Shout out to Vegan VR King, A Gaming 50, Dadley Pierre, Press Alpha, Jackknife 1, Shadow Master, Mike Johnson, J Row 49, BMO Kelfel. What's going on, Daz? What's going on, bro? It's always good to see you. Andrew Wilkins is in the chat. We also have Kevin Logan in the chat. Ice Queen Gaming is in the chat. Frostbite Slash, thank you with the breaking news for that red alert. DJ Clark is here. Sick Nick Mondo 16 is here. We have Scoobid Boops 77Z with Echo and a red alert. Thank you for subscribing, because this is the only way that you will be able to even be in the chat is subscribing for 7 days. So thank you guys for the new people that have been subscribed to the channel for 7 days that allow you to chat with me right now. We also have Always Mad Gaming in the chat. We got Vegan VR King in the chat. We have Games for Eternity in the chat. We have Harlem PS Gamer in the chat. We have Nick in the chat. Mike Johnson, Mass Produce. Who else we got? William Wilderbeest. Get to 50 likes. It's a lot of y'all. Yeah, everybody else is leaving because I called y'all out. Y'all can leave. Y'all won't be able to chat. You have to be subscribed for 7 days to this channel in order to chat. So if you're just watching for the sake of watching, I mean, that's real creepy. But I do want to engage with everybody. whether you're on the PC, Xbox, or on PlayStation side, but you're obviously going to have to be subscribed because we want to know that we're talking to people that actually know and care what they're talking about. If you've been subscribed for at least 7 days, that would mean that you care about this discussion and it's not just some console war stuff. We will be going over all of this. Okay, we have 49 likes. You guys are struggling. You're struggling to get to 50 likes. You're struggling. Everybody else is viewing. If you have not subscribed for 7 days, again, you can listen to what I'm saying and what everybody else on the panel will say going forward, but you won't be able to comment because you haven't been subscribed for 7 days. I mean, I think that's reasonable since this channel has been around for over 10 years. So if you're brand new here for the sake of spying, I mean, it kind of makes sense. So go on and break off. There you go. We got the 52 likes. Thank you. Let's go to 64 since I love the Nintendo 64. Let's really make a mockery of the people that are spying. Let's get to 64 likes and then we can continue with the stream. So in favor of the Nintendo 64, which was my favorite childhood console growing up, let's get to 64 likes. Yeah, y'all break off. I see the viewers are dropping. Break off. If you're not here to chat about the discussion and the decision by the judge to deny the FTC the injunction and also talk about the future, what this means for PlayStation, y'all must well break off. Other than that, hit that like button. Let's get to 64 likes. Again, big shout out to Nintendo 64.
JayTech.
Yeah.
So Microsoft doesn't have Mark Cerny.
So 1 second. I'm gonna answer your question. I got to get the rest of these shout outs out the way, only because these people have been subscribed long enough to get that shout out in the chat. So I gotta respect them. Inky Mike is in the chat. The Claymores is in the chat. Plutia is in the chat. Rizla Blue Slim is in the chat. Thank you. We're definitely gonna be talking a lot about stuff today. Who else? We got DJ Clark, the John Thompson. What's going on? I'm just gonna scroll up real quick, make sure we got everybody else. Is there anybody else in the chat that's allowed to chat in the chat so I can give you a shout out? Other than that, hit the like button. Let's get to 64 likes so we can have conversations with you guys. I'll be answering questions. If you are not subscribed, the only way you will be able to talk to me in the chat are through super chats. If you have not become a member of the channel, you should probably think about becoming a member. We have our cheapest tier at 99 cents. Now, I know we're in the year 2023 and nothing that not even fucking dollar store is 99 cents anymore. Arizona is still 99 cents. Yeah, Arizona is still 99 cents, but our membership is 99 cents. If you want to become a member, you could do that. Tomorrow's stream is not a normally scheduled stream. We were going to do today's stream tomorrow because I was expecting the judgment to come tomorrow. That would have probably been in favor of the FTC, but since it was in favor of Xbox, we'll still go live tomorrow with a stream. I'll call it The Truth Hurts. So it's The Truth Hurts originally was a video stream, a video program for this YouTube channel, and that was 4, 9, 10, 11 years ago when I did my last Truth Hurts. So tomorrow will be The Truth Hurts. I will say what I really want to say, what's on my mind, and I probably will not be in the voice chat for the PlayStation Legion Discord. So you guys want to see me Kirk, you want to see me rant, that'll probably be tomorrow. I'm more relaxed today. I got a nice workout, clean the house and everything. I'm fucking calm as shit. We're trying to get to 64 likes to kind of like see the difference between the lurkers and the people that are here for conversation. So I gotta keep telling y'all to like. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I know the people that don't like me, every time I say like, y'all gonna leave. So I need as many of y'all to leave as possible. If you're not here to talk about the FTC decision and talk about what this means for PlayStation, you might as well leave. Okay? Only subscribers of 7 days or more can comment. If you have not subscribed for 7 days or more, you will not be able to be in the chat and comment. It's really simple. I know that a lot of people thought that they were gonna be able to come here and troll us, but I have the foresight of an old man. And I saw this shit happening a mile away, man. A mile away. So I don't want to continue to use my voice. I'm gonna drink me some water. There's a poster on the screen. If you're up to date, it should say like and subscribe. Y'all can do that. I want to give a big shout out to who's been talking to me lately.
Me.
Okay, so Prince on 91. We're gonna have our discussion, but I gotta get a good idea of who we're talking to, right? So we're at 63, and that's why I'm doing this like shit. It's not for the likes. It's more to get an engagement number acclimated in my head on who the fuck we're talking to, because if they're not subscribed, I won't be talking to them anyway because they can't talk. So DeJohn Thompson, we already know who you are. So I'm going to get you in there as a mod. Remember, if you're a mod, don't abuse your fucking powers. It's only for the individuals that deserve to be removed. Most of the motherfuckers in here right now do not deserve to be removed. So if they are not, if they are not doing anything wrong, please do not fucking block them, right?
What up, Jay?
What's going on, man? Are you DeJohn Thompson?
It's good news today. It's some good news today, ain't it?
I mean, I love it. We can't talk about it yet because we're only at 63 likes. So I'm waiting until we get to 64 likes. Big shout out to Nintendo 64. So we're only at 63 likes. I'm pretty sure we can get to 64 likes. It's only one like more. Thank you guys for breaking off. Thank you for breaking off. We've now dropped all the way from 116 viewers all the way to 95 viewers because they now understand that they will not be able to chat unless you send a super chat. That's the only way we're going to be able to see your shit today. So if you have not been subscribed for 7+ days, there we go. We got our last like to get us to that challenge of 64 likes. Big shout out to everybody that hit the like button. Let's have our discussions. DJ D, you said it's a good day today. Let's talk.
It's a good day today because why I'm saying that is because everybody, gaming wise, mean PlayStation, can get on with their business.
No.
Don't have
False.
to worry about this bull crap.
Can't do that.
You got to, though.
No, listen. I've been playing Helldivers this morning. 4-player co-op, right? I got the gameplay to prove it. I've been enjoying Final Fantasy. We've had discussions in the background talking about Helldivers 2, the hopes for that. Breaking down the Spider-Man hype shit. Like, there's a lot to still talk about today. I'm going to have to mix it with what was going to be the news and updates. But this shit is still going to go on until the deal is closed. So we have to wait until the moment the deal is closed. And then we're still going to have to talk about this shit.
And I know this deal is going to close.
Yeah, but listen, that's why I'm saying you're like, oh, we can move on. We're not gonna talk about this shit anymore. Yeah, we are. This stuff is good. Let me draw it out. Let me draw it out because you're not. I know you're not a part of this world, so you got to understand the pattern here that I'm seeing. Right? Gamescom 2023.
Okay.
No. Gamescom 2023.
Well, what was that?
Okay, so the pattern here is if the deal closes, right? The deal closes in July, before the 18th, right? So it will be closing anywhere between now. Well, if they can race and get this shit out the way, I think it's like 5 days. So they'll probably close it in the next couple days. So I would say between today is Tuesday. So between today and like next week sometime. Like between now and the 18th, right? So they got 7 days. But they can do it in 5 days or less. So between now and the 18th, right, it'll close. Then I would guess as soon as it closed, they can get another round table like they did with the to Bethesda and then start announcing their plans for what they're going to do with Activision. They're going to like do this roundtable. They're going to be like, hey, bro, this is going to Game Pass. Diablo's going to Game Pass. And then they can just kind of boost, Xbox up. Like, hey, come over to Xbox. We got Activision out. This is going into Game Pass. This is going to Game Pass. They won't be able to do that with the new Call of Duty this year. And the only reason why they won't be able to do that is because they're still under the contract. And because we know Activision has to bring out this Call of Duty, and they already showed it to the NBA players this weekend, they're preparing to reveal the game. But they only could reveal the game after this injunction shit. This is the thing. If the FTC is like, okay, we're going to do an appeal, then if they do an appeal, they could go further to, go at this shit again. We don't know if they're going to do appeal. That's why I said this shit's not done. It's not done because we don't know if the FTC wants to do an appeal or not. So all we know is that the judge denied the injunction. But there would have been an appeal from Microsoft if the injunction went through, and there would have I would assume that FTC, if they're passionate about this as they said they were, they either seek an appeal. The situation that some people were saying is that if the judge doesn't grant the injunction, that the FTC would just go away and they account their losses and just drop everything. I don't know if that's realistic, but I guess we will see if all of that stuff is realistic. I'm not like a law professor, so I don't know what would lead them to just drop everything. Right? They obviously worked hard on trying to prove whatever they were trying to prove in court.
I gotta go. I'm going to work.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll be live tomorrow, so if you want to jump in, we'll be live. Thanks for the questions, though.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So again, we got a lot of articles like this right here. We got like people. So Wario says Microsoft wins the FTC fight to buy Activision Blizzard. Now, again, I would hope that a lot of the journalists and people would just be very honest and straightforward with their wording, because some people may get disappointed a little bit if FTC does another injunction and there's another wait time. So we have to. It would be in everybody's best interest to at least wait until, I guess. I don't know. I mean, let's say to the end of the week and see if FTC does the injunction or Microsoft closes it. So either one of those things are gonna happen by the end of this week.
Yeah, probably by Friday.
Yeah, by Friday. So between now and Friday, we'll find out if Microsoft, okay, they won the injunction thing, and then they go forward and FTC backs down, or FTC files their
appeal.
Shit. Yeah, their appeal. So it's a lot that could happen. The good news here for me and you is that Sony can just focus on their own shit. The spiral of how Sony was just so focused on Call of Duty over the last 8 years has been so fucking annoying to me. Me, you, Afro, we come from a different age where PlayStation had amazing properties, shooters, and for the fact that they've ignored all of their multiplayer games to focus on Call of Duty is fucking horrible.
Yeah, it is.
So, we've been talking about Helldivers 2, right? We've talked about Helldivers 2 quite a bit. I kind of want to get that on screen real quick. So again, big shout out to the people that hit the like button so we can actually start having our discussions. So I can get this off the screen and put Helldivers up. This is still a red alert, but it's a red alert that has taken over news and updates. So this is good for like me, DJ, Afro, other like legendary PlayStation gamers, because Sony can focus on their own shit. This is what happens when you invest and focus on shit you don't own. It can be taken from you and then turned against you. And this is what Microsoft is doing. So I am not here to tell you guys what you want to hear. I'm telling you what you need to hear. Microsoft could always do this at any time. They are now doing it because they know there's no way to beat Sony. The only way to beat Sony is to take away their shit and hope that their passionate gamers follow suit. Let me explain further what that means. Call of Duty stays on PlayStation. Casual PlayStation fans don't know the situation. They continue to buy Call of Duty. They think, oh, I'm just enjoying my game. But that money goes straight into Microsoft's pocket. That's what Microsoft wanted. They wanted a gamer fan base that gives them money. They will get that if you keep buying Call of Duty on PlayStation. Right? So, let me get the screen up. I'm going to go into full screen and then I'll be back over here. So, there's a lot to do. So, let me make sure I got everything straight. Because I wasn't actually preparing for any of this type of stuff. So, here we are at full screen. Let me explain to you guys what's going on. So, I would just go over here. I would go to PlayStation Plus. Game trials, game catalog, game streaming, monthly games, add-on, your games. Okay, cool. Filter by platforms. I would filter by platforms and then filter by A to Z. Okay, then we go to A to Z. Now, remember, I'm in a PlayStation Plus section, so this is very important for you to understand. I'm going to go back over there and do this again. This is the one I would add. Okay, so let me add this. Christian Gomez has become a member. Thank you. Oh, we do have the members information down the bottom. Okay, we do have that information down the bottom. So we're all good. We're going to try to get to 100 members by the end of the summer. I think that's possible. I think we can get to 100 members by the end of the week because our cheapest membership tier is 99 cents. So I have no doubt that you guys are going to get us there. So I just wanted to show this off real quick. So again, we're going to go back down here and then we're going to see what's going on. So the reason why we're over here, or maybe I should just go back to daily. I'll just go back to daily. Because I want this to be in full frame, even though it's going to be smaller for you guys. It's better to have it in a, put it right there. Okay, so it's in a smaller frame. I apologize for switching so much, but here we go. So this is PlayStation Plus, right? My phone is ringing. I hate when people call the house and then they don't say anything. It's them fucking scammers, man. Their MO is to call the fucking house. They don't expect you to pick up so they can put a fucking voice message on your fucking voice message. And then they try to trick you into believing that they're taking your credit or some dumbass scam. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's getting on my fucking nerves. Okay. True. So, here we go. This is PlayStation Plus. Let me break back into it. This is PlayStation Plus. This is Call of Duty right here. So I've added 3 Call of Duties. These are the 3 Call of Duties that are on Plus right now. So that will be Call of Duty Black Ops, Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered, and then Call of Duty World War II. So I believe there's some other Call of Duties, but I don't remember where they're at. So I would have to see if they're still available, first of all, and then they probably won't be. But I could have swore there were others. So let me see. Game Trials, Classic Catalog, the monthly games. There was supposed to be like, I had 3 Call of Duties. Well, sorry, I had 5. That would be Black Ops. I'm trying to figure out, is it Black Ops this? Which one is it? Is it Black Ops? I think it's Black Ops 3, right? Because you guys know I don't. There we go. Right there. So that's Black Ops 3, right? And that's PlayStation Plus as well. So we had, I believe, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1 and 2 remastered, Call of Duty Black Ops 3, Call of Duty World War II, and now Call of Duty Cold War. So this is just, again, this is a deal, right? I just wanted to let you guys know the basis of our new constructed conversation, right? And the reason why we're having this and kind of laying this out for you guys is to understand, you know, this is just a part of their contract, right? We do get Call of Duties. I don't buy them. I do not buy Call of Duty. The only generation I've had this many Call of Duties is just now, PS4, PS5, because I don't buy Call of Duties. I mean, what you see is what you get. I don't buy them. So we see, you know, all of these Call of Duties, 2 of them are installed, and I do like World War II, but I haven't beat it. I played this. I got on multi-plat, got dusted. It's cool. Good game. No trophies, you know. You can see, you know. I think I got a couple trophies on here. And the reason why I have to do this is for the individuals that think they're going to come here and say, hey, Jay, you care. Oh, my God, you care. You buy Call of Duty. You got to care. You're going to cry. There's no emotion because there's just no emotion. So I show you what I like, right? Let me see what we got. That would be Crash. I'm going to show you guys why this deal, to like me, it doesn't really matter. So I have Crash Bandicoot 4. I didn't buy it. I already knew about the Activision deal. Said fuck that shit. They gave it to us on Plus. Benefit for them. Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. You already know. I picked that game up, paid for it day one. I think I beat the first game, but I didn't beat the second one. Let me go check the trophies. Yeah, I think I beat the first one, but I didn't beat the second or the third game, right? So I got I got 5 trophies out of 20. And I didn't do all the time trials, all that headache. Nah, I said beat the first one. And I said nah, not built for that shit anymore. Then I got Crash Team Racing. I paid for that day one. So Crash, Insane Trilogy, Crash Team Racing, those were both day ones. Got 6 trophies. You know, I thought the online community was gonna be good. I thought everybody on PlayStation was gonna be on that shit. I thought we could have some fun like back in the day. Didn't work that way. I did buy like one piece of microtransactions, and that was I got enough microtransactions to pick up Spyro the Dragon and Baby Crash. So, and it, you know, it's sad because this game is full of microtransactions, as you can see. So, then Spyro, I picked this up day one. This is, again, this childhood. Yo, this was the one I beat this one, right? Oh, I did beat this one. I was wondering, was it Crash or Spyro that I beat? Okay, so I did beat this, and I did get to platinum. Okay, so this was the one I beat. So I ended up liking Spyro more than Crash, but Crash had a longer impression on my gaming life than Spyro. So that's weird. But Spyro was easier and funner to play. Crash was really about like momentum and making sure you have your jumps right, and it was nerve-wracking. I'm not gonna lie. So these are the 3 Activision games I picked up, and it's well before we knew about any of the deal going down. So that was Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, the Spyro the Dragon Reignited Trilogy, and then we have the Crash Team Racing. And I'm going to show you my other Activision games. I want to be very transparent because I know we're going to have people coming here trying to say, hey, Jay cares, Jay cries. their best games are behind them. And when they made remakes of those best old games, I picked them up. Day one. Nothing, no shame here, man. I told y'all I grew up with Tony Hawk. I grew up with like Spyro the Dragon and Crash Bandicoot. When they did those remakes and they were in 60 and shit, I wasted no fucking time, man. I spent so much fucking time on Tony Hawk. It did take a lot of memory, so it's over on my external hard drive right now. But they say I played 57 minutes. Oh, okay. Hold on. I know why they said 57 minutes. Because I first started playing this on PS4. And then they gave, then I had to buy the update. Okay, I was wondering, okay. So I did buy the update. I thought they were supposed to give it to us for free, but they ended up not because I didn't get the expensive version. But yeah, I ended up getting Tony Hawk, the PS5 cross-gen, next-gen version, right? I love Tony Hawk. I love Crash Bandicoot. What is it? Spyro the Dragon. Those are like old school games from Activision I played. I just want to, again, be very transparent before people put words in my mouth. Let me see what else we got. That would be shit. There's another game that I have from Activision. I just have to search it. And that would be platform PS4. I think Z would be closer to M. Right? Nope. Too fast.
I just joined. What exactly are we talking about?
1 second. And here's my other Activision games, and that would be Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1, which did have a lot of superheroes, but I kind of didn't gravitate to this one. But it was 2. I loved 2. Like, Ultimate Alliance 2 was the shit. Yeah, I got 38% of the trophies. That game, I really like that. 58 hours? God, I spent time on that. Yeah, so the thing about Activision is they don't have the rights to do Marvel shit anymore. Disney stripped them of that years ago. So all of these games won't ever go to Game Pass because you will have to go through Disney. And Disney prevented them from making any more or republishing any more Marvel games. There's no way for them to go around that. That is why Disney is like teaming up with everybody else. Like that new Black Panther game, everybody else except for Activision. Now that Microsoft has Activision, potentially, I'm not sure if they're gonna work with Microsoft when it comes to like, Marvel IPs because they haven't granted them any games. So we'll have to see what that means in the future. But I just want to let you guys know these are my Activision games. I do own Activision games that I paid for. They're much older than you would expect. And then all the new ones like Call of Duties, those are the ones that I have access to. I just don't play them as much. So there was only one like Call of Duty game that I paid for. And if maybe I can find it. And I know that was I think it was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. It was $20 when it came to PlayStation. And then I brought it as a joke. I played a little bit of it, and then I just gave no fucks about it. Because Call of Duty is just not my thing, man.
I think that's the global aspect of this conversation. It's just like everybody has their own type of games that they like. And there's nothing wrong with that. You have your console that you use. And like I have every console, so I use all platforms. But I'm still against this deal. But at the end of the day, you know they're going to lose. I think there was an article I was reading this morning, and it said that like somebody in Brazil, some place in Brazil, like launched, did an ad that said Diablo 4 is now on Game Pass, but they pulled it. And they're like, is this like they know ahead of time? And then see, clearly enough, like this happened. So
that's what I'm saying. This deal closes at the end of the week. Let's just assume. I don't know anything. So again, please don't put words in my mouth. Anybody, whether you're in the chat, whether you're on the panel, we're just assuming at this point because we still don't have the facts, and I'm not that type of person that we're gonna, you know, do stuff. So all can somebody get the guy called God Emperor Sofa King? His name is God Emperor Sofa King. Get him out of there. He's in there. I'm only gonna give you guys like a minute to get rid of him. I don't want to have to get rid of him myself because he's spamming shit. And if he continues, then we're gonna have to put a wait time of fucking 15 seconds in between chats. And I know you guys don't want to have to wait 15 seconds to type shit. No, don't time him out. Get him out. Don't time him out. Get him out. Block him. I'm just going through to see if they give me a list of all my Call of Duties. Yeah, they do. Here we go. This is a list of all my Call of Duties. So, they say I don't have access to Call of Duty Black Ops 3, but I actually do. So they say I don't have access to it, but I do have access to it. I can download it right now. Can I download it right now? I'm just gonna try. Oh, okay, it works. Okay, cool. So, these are all my Call of Duties I have access to. There's only one that I picked up, and the other ones are plus. So, you can see right here, this is paid for, nothing related to plus. This is Modern Warfare 1, that's free. This is Warzone, Modern Warfare 2, free. I had the beta and then the PS4 version of that. So, and then you have Modern Warfare, the first one remastered. I got that through plus. Call of Duty World War II, I got that through plus. And then we have Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, I got that through plus. So, most of the Call of Duties I play are either free to play, got them through plus, and as all together, I don't play them a lot. So, again, I just want to stress it enough. Me personally, just JayTechTV. I can't speak for anybody else in the PlayStation Legion, in the PlayStation gaming community, Sony ponies, PlayStation fans, PlayStation fanboys, PlayStation gamers, PS4 gamers, PS5 gamers, PS5 fanboys, PS4 fanboys. I can't speak for any other person in the PlayStation section. I can only speak for myself. I don't know how anybody else feels. That's why I have to stress this, because we have people that are going to come over here, cut up things, make it seem like I said something. I wanted to be very transparent about the Call of Duties I own. I want to be very transparent about the games that I own. I think if we go down here, we go to the C's, you see I have the Crash Bandicoots. I paid for 2 of the Crash Bandicoots that I gave a fuck about. I did not care about 4. Because we know 4 is going on its own path, and I just didn't really trust it. And then after we got the initial announcement that the Activision shit was going, it was kind of already too late, and then they ended up putting it on plus, and I still didn't download it. So, yeah. 1 second. Okay, so we're all good. I just want to get on with the rest of the stream because we have a lot to talk about, a lot of questions, and I think I'm good. I've been transparent with what I own from Activision, what I play from Activision, what I like from Activision, and now we can go into the meat of this live stream, the things that you guys truly want to hear, and that's what we're going to be talking about. So let's get started with the person in the panel. Who was in the panel? He was just talking to me. Yardy? Or was it a guy with the B? No? Neither one of you guys? Somebody that was in the live streaming voice chat was saying something. Afro Swan? No? Cool. Okay, I'm gonna continue. So here we go. It's gonna be in the chat real quick. Spartan, let's see what you said. You said, I'm actually glad they won. Let's see them manage Activision Blizzard now. I mean, I feel like we all need to be very honest about this, right? You won't see their effect on Activision Blizzard for at least another 2 years. Let's say this deal closes this year, right? I would say 2 to 3 years you would see. Because again, you're going to make the purchase. They still have to make the money. And again, if PlayStation fans in general, not like hardcore ones like us that are well versed on what's going on, if PlayStation fans in general continue to buy Call of Duty on PlayStation, their mission is complete. They at this point in time, they don't give a fuck if you switch over to Xbox or not. Their plan is to eventually get you on the Xbox by locking Call of Duty away, or at least locking a version of it away. Let's say the next generation of Xbox, right? Because Sony's not giving them the what is it? The fuck, I can't even fucking remember that shit. They're not giving them the the PS6 details. I know it's a name for that. On how the development kit. There we go. They're not giving them the PS6 development kit. They're not going to do that. So the next Call of Duty will only be running on PS5 technology, but they will not be running on PS6 technology. And there you go. That's a benefit for Xbox. Then eventually, I would guess after 1 or 2 years, they're going to translate all of that on the Game Pass. If they can get it out the way this year, they'll get it out the way this year. They'll put the newest Call of Duty on Game Pass day and date. Diablo 4 is going to Game Pass as soon as this shit clears. It's not cleared yet. The judge just gave her decision. When it clears, we're going to come back and have an update that it cleared. If it clears today, it clears today, but we didn't get a notification that it cleared today. So when it clears, that's what you have to look for. We cleared it, we own them, that's when you look afterwards. The pattern I'm seeing right here is that if they clear it this month, this is a plan, and this will be a very interesting plan. You clear it in the month of July, you go to August, which is the month of Gamescom. You have a Gamescom event, which they already confirmed that they're going to Gamescom. This was Microsoft's confirmation. They're going to Gamescom. They do a Gamescom roundtable. They have Bethesda. They have Activision. And then we're looking at a situation where they do confirm, this is going to Game Pass. This is going to Game Pass. The same thing that they did with Bethesda is the same thing that they're going to do with Activision. I'm going to attempt to find a video. In the meantime, I'm just going to put the like and subscribe shit to remind you guys that we are going to have a 7-day subscription restriction in the chat. If you have not been subscribed for 7 days, you won't be able to be chatting in the chat. Let me find out what this super chat is about. The CBLT Got Game live stream channel sends $5 super chat. He says, sweet victory. I can now play Call of Duty for a cheaper price if I wanted to. Yeah, I mean that was the whole thing that FTC was trying to prove. I think we all are well versed on that. Like, yeah, Microsoft gets Activision, and Xbox fans don't have to pay for the game anymore. It will be on the shoulders of the PlayStation community to make sure that Microsoft is still making money through Activision, because their fans won't be buying the game anymore. All game Kome, you said with the $5 super chat, I think it's $5 super chat. You said, I don't believe the FTC lost. My homies from JayTechTV kept saying during Phil Spencer trial, oh, they got you. How's that possible? XBOTS are dumb. Jez. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. The FTC can file an appeal, and, we'll see what goes on in there. But if they file an appeal, from what I was hearing from the Xbox people and the journalists, they were like, well, if the judge doesn't grant the injunction, then the FTC will just go away, and they're put their head down and they just stop messing with Microsoft. I don't know. I don't know. We don't want to say there was any bias from the judge, because the judge's son worked for Microsoft, but that was the initial conclusion before the case went to trial. Another super chat by Lorenzo Carlson for $2. You say, I expect Game Pass prices to hike again with the Activision deal. Yeah, I don't see them putting AAA games like Call of Duty into Game Pass day and date without hiking it. This is something that Activision and many other subscriptions kind of do. And we talked about this. Yeah, they hiked it by $1 or $2, right? For Game Pass, but they can do that every fucking time they want. They can do it each month. They can do it 2 times a year. Every 6 months they can boost the price of Game Pass if they so choose, because it is their service. So it's nothing that the FTC or the government can stop. This is Microsoft's business. They can choose what the price is, and there's a lot of value in Game Pass, especially if they put Diablo 4, any of the Call of Duties. That will hike the price. That will have a lot of value into Game Pass. That's still not making money, though. You see what I'm saying? You're putting a game that individual will pay $70 for, and now you're not making any money. And the reason why you're not making any money, because that individual already has Game Pass, so you're not getting any additional money unless that person resubscribes for, let's say, a year or something. Now, they don't have a year to subscribe to Game Pass on the card. I think you have to do 6 months here, 6 months there, or 3 months max. Somebody can fill me in on that. Now, if you re-up for Game Pass like on the console, I think you have an option. You still have the option for a year, but I wouldn't know. Somebody will have to fill me in on the Game Pass stuff. Long story short, they can boost up that price whenever they want. They boosted it already. They can boost it again. So again, Game Pass is gonna give you games in that service, but the dollar deals, all of that shit, I don't expect you to be able to get on the internet and say, okay, I was able to essentially play Call of Duty and other games for $10. I just don't, I don't see that happening. We got another super chat, I think, right? Well, they gave me a notification. I got another super chat. YouTube is so fucking slow right now. It's a lot of shit. I already know motherfuckers are on fire today. So I'm gonna I know exactly what I want to do. I think I got a good idea. So I'm gonna do some funny shit. I'm gonna make a playlist for Call of Duty. I'm gonna make a Call of Duty folder. Add this one. Add this. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Alright, add all of that and call it Call of Duty. And I'm only doing this because people are going to be like, I'm actually affected by it, but we know I don't play Call of Duties. I have access to them, but I don't play it. Select a sort order for this. I would say new to old. Or would I say old to new? I would say new to old. Okay, there we go. 7 Call of Duty games. That's what they're telling me. Okay. That's still less. That's still less, than my backlog. That's still less than fighting games. It's a little bit more than the Pokemon type games that I have by 1. That's less than my racing games, less than JRPGs, less than Western RPGs. That's less than my Monster Hunter style games, which I have a lot more than you would think. These are all Monster Hunter style games. Cold Vein is actually a Bloodborne game, so I didn't add that. And then it's also less than like PlayStation exclusives, which I also, yes, I got Helldivers in that bitch. So, and Helldivers was on Plus, so I did add that. I did add that from Plus. Huh? Okay. I've seen Helldivers for years. I just got a reason to play it now. The sequel's coming out. So with that being said, these are all the Call of Duties I have access to. Now I don't have to scroll through that shit. So we're all cool. This one says playable on PS4, and they say it's not available because they classified it as a demo, but in reality it's available to me because I got it through Plus. Even if it's taken off of Plus, I will still have access to it unless they entirely take the game off. That's the big difference between Plus and Game Pass. If they take a game off of Game Pass, you can't play it anymore. If they take a game off of Plus, you still have access to it because you already added it to your library. So you can re-download it as many times as you want. Because I know this one was eventually given to us on Plus. I thought. Right? I think they gave this one to us on Plus, but I paid for it. So this is the only Call of Duty I paid for. And no, I did not play a lot of this. I played an hour. And I got 6 trophies. So. And I had gameplay when I was playing Call of Duty. When I played this one. So what do we got? We got Warzone. We got Cold War. I'm interested in actually playing this one. This one had a pretty interesting story that I wanted to play. So, these are the 7 Call of Duties. So 7 Call of Duties I have access to. 2 of them being Warzones. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 2 of them being Warzones, 4 of them being from Plus, and 1 of them being purchased. So, yeah. That's how it is. So, do I buy Call of Duty? No. Do I get them day one? This is the only one I got day one, but I don't know if it really counts because it's a remaster. So I didn't buy the original version day one, but I got this one day one, and it was $20. It was not $60 or $70. All the other ones are free or free through Plus. Again, I have to point this out because... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I know what I'm going to do. Okay. I know. Uh-huh. I got an idea. I got a fucking great idea. Sort this shit out. And that would be 8. I'm gonna make that Activision. I'm not gonna make it Call of Duty. I'm gonna make it Activision. I think that would be better to just make that Activision. Add this to... Oh, there it is. Add this one. Add this to Call of Duty. Ah, fuck. Fucking bitch. I was going way too fucking fast. Add that shit to Call of Duty. Go down all the way to Spyro. Where is Spyro? Huh. Please don't tell me it's locked, because I had that one. Okay, that's cool. Where's Tony Hawk? A weird one. Well, I'm pretty sure I got that shit from the PlayStation Store. Something's telling me Tony Hawk and Spyro are here. That is really odd. Oh, okay. There's Tony Hawk. I already knew that. I fucking knew that. I knew you would fucking say that shit. What? What? You currently have 11 gigabytes of SSD space. What is taking up so much space? Jay, they just announced a XSLG podcast. Okay, that's yeah. Okay, I had to realize who the hell was making that joke. Okay, that now makes sense who said it. Damn, man, are you fucking serious? There's a lot of fucking games here. I knew Tony Hawk took. Oh, I don't even play this. Yeah, I don't even play Chivalry. Yeah, nope. Immortals. Will I get back on there? Probably. Lies of P. Fuck no. I haven't been on that shit. Riders Republic. Why is Riders Republic on there? Final Fantasy VII Okay. At least I'm understanding what took up all the fucking space. Just shit I'm not even playing. X Defiant took up 28. Oh. WWE 2K. I haven't even finished playing that trail. That took up 75 gigabytes. Yeah, that kind of makes a lot of sense now, man. I'm like, what the fuck could be taking up so much space? Thank you. Cleared out 131 gigabytes of shit I'm not playing. Damn, man. I was like, I know I got Boca, did he really say that, or are you trolling? Because I can't really tell. Yeah. The expert genius says the FTC will appeal. Judge Corley should have recused herself. Me personally, I don't know. That's just me. I kind of don't know. Yeah, so I don't know if she will recuse herself. I don't know if she should. That's just me. You know, that's just me. Like, I mean, I don't want to be that person to say like, hey, recuse yourself. I mean, we all knew this was gonna happen, so it kind of is what it is at this point. I'm currently just trying to make a Xbox Activision fucking folder for entertainment value, and also so I can keep track of fucking Activision games. X Defiant. Okay, here are the T's. There's the Tony Hawk. There you go. Hide all games. No. Add the game list. Call of Duty. Okay, where's Spyro? So we got the SP, and there's no Spyro. There's Splitgate, but there's no Spyro the Dragon. So where the fuck would Spyro the Dragon be? Don't know where the fuck that would be, because I can't fucking find it. No, we're not queuing that for... Okay, Tony Hawk said it's ready to be played. Nah. Nope. 5 minutes left until what? Till you can be ready to be played? Fuck out of here with that. Pause this. No, pause this one. Call of Duty just always has an needed amount of fucking DLC and add-ons. Just I don't like. I know people that love those games, but I just cannot understand. You know, like that is a lot, man. You know. I'm gonna go from Z to try to see if I can capture Spyro up here, because I'm downloading it now, so it should be in the section. I don't know why they're not trying to show it. Where is it, man? Like, well, that's what I'm saying. Where the fuck is Spyro the Dragon? That's SPY, right? I'm not fucking seeing that shit. Where is it? Is it hidden? Is it like hidden somewhere? No, I just downloaded it, so I know it has to be somewhere up here. There you go. Are you hidden? It is hidden. Why was it hidden? They be hiding games from me, like, for absolutely no fucking reason. I'm like, I know the shit. I know I own the damn game. Add this shit to Call of Duty. Here we go. Now I can have a fucking set of Call of Duty titles. Now also, I'm gonna need to go find Call of Duty. Fucking bitch. I'm gonna need to go find Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Add that or unhide it, because they're referring to it as a demo, which is the weirdest thing. It is a fucking unhide it. Unhide this. Fucking bitch. What the fuck? Why is it hidden? I mean, I don't care about Call of Duty, so maybe I did hide it. There we go. Add this to Call of Duty. Sorry for the repeated interruptions. There's other things that are going on that I have to keep getting up to address. Okay, so did we do it right? So we got Spyro, we got Tony Hawk, we got the three Crash Bandicoots. We got all the Call of Duties I have access to. They all seem to almost fit in frame. My question here is, do we get rid of the 2 war zones because they don't matter? Let's get rid of the 2 war zones. Yeah, let's get rid of the 2 war zones. This is a war zone as well. I know it looks like Modern Warfare, but that's how it looks. So, this is how it looks, right? Rename it. Activision. There we go. Perfect. Great. Got 10 Activision games. Cool. I think the 5 right here, this is all. Like, this is all I said I care about. You got the trilogies, 2 of them. And then I have the go-kart game, and then I have Tony Hawk. And then I have Crash Bandicoot 4, but that's only through Plus, and I haven't even played it yet. And then you have the 5 Call of Duties. I played this. Actually, I think I played this Call of Duty World War II more than Modern Warfare. And maybe the trophies kind of reflect that. Maybe. Yes, I do have more trophies in this game than the other Call of Duties. Yeah, so I have 11 trophies out of 51. So I need to go back and play this. Maybe we do some Call of Duty streams pertaining to the Activision stuff. That would be fun. Because like I said, I already know people are watching, so it's best for me to just be 100% honest with them and be honest with you guys on the Activision games I currently own and the ones I really care about. So these are the ones I care about. Tony Hawk, Spyro the Dragon, Crash Bandicoot. I already own these games. They're already downloaded on my PlayStation 5. So if Activision or Microsoft wants to take these off of the PlayStation Store, they can, but I have access to them. I could add the 2 Marvel games. So maybe I do add another 4 down there. Can anybody else let me know, like, any other Activision games I may be missing that I know I own? So I'm going all the way down here to the Marvels. Too far. Too far. There we go, Marvel. Okay, so I know I got this. I did have access to Magica. What? I had a lot of fucking Arrowhead games. Are you fucking serious? Huh. I had a lot of Arrowhead games. That's weird, man. Then let me go put let me see. I'll put Gauntlet. I'll put Gauntlet over there. I don't know. It's not much of an RPG, but then in a way it kind of is, but it isn't. Let's put it over there anyway. No, I'll put it in the backlog. Backlog is already filled with 62 fucking games, man. I would hate to put anything else in there. God damn, that's a lot of fucking games. Eternal Sonata! Look at that! I do have it. It's just locked. This game they gotta bring back. They gotta bring that shit back, bro. Goodness, they gotta bring that back with trophies. That was a good RPG. Oh, okay, there. Gauntlet and Magica should be right here. add both Magicka and Gauntlet to the list. Look at that. That shit's wild, bro. Let's get back to let's really get into the shit, man. I think all the stragglers fucking left, right? I'm gonna go hit up the super chats. Okay, let's talk about the shit that y'all want. We need to talk about who Sony needs to pick up, right? So let's do it. Sony needs to pick up Arrowhead. I believe that they have molded them. We got information, at least on Arrowhead. We're going to go first, and then we'll do Square Enix. And then I'll be reading super chats and also messages from members. So if you're a member, you can use this feature where you don't have to use a super chat and give us a notification that you've been a member for months. And then you can kind of get around the super chat so I can see your stuff. Lorenzo Carlson, you sent a super chat for $2. You said expect the Game Pass prices to hike. Again with the Activision Blizzard deal, and then you said no. I read those before. Here's another one. This is coming from Review Scientology USA. This is a $4.99 super chat. It says, "Sup Jay, you think Sony making Bungie price? Wait up. You think Sony making Bungie price like Activision this year / next year after this Activision Blizzard deal went through? Sony needs to acquire more studios." I don't understand what the first part of your super chat talks about. You said you think Sony making Bungie price like acquisitions this year / next year after this Activision Blizzard deal went through. I don't know if that's a statement or question. I can answer the next sentence. It says Sony needs to acquire more studios. I agree. Arrowhead made this game. They made Gauntlet. They made Helldivers. These games are on PlayStation. They're top-down games. All like that was the thing about them. Arrowhead was doing top-down games. They were under the radar for a multitude of years, but they're following the same MO as House Marquee, where House Marquee was doing top-down games, and then they ended up getting picked up as soon as they did their first third-person game. Now, we know that, yeah, this looks pretty fun. But a lot of their games are like top-down 4-player co-op. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of their games are top-down 4-player co-op. I think their best-looking game was this. Then right behind it is the game called Gauntlet, and then you had Helldivers, right? I mean, I think they could do some good shit. I mean, they got talent. The biggest thing about Arrowhead is, and I was looking at information on this, is that Arrowhead went from 35 employees to 100 employees. That would symbolize that Arrowhead is prepared for AAA. Now, the fact that we have Helldivers, the fact that we have them with Helldivers 2 being shown off, and it obviously looks like a AAA, that would lead me to believe that hiring that many people and still being the same studio is not realistic, right? You're hiring that many people because you're not the same studio anymore. That means you have financial backing on a really, really big scale. And since you're basically a second party studio when it comes to, PlayStation stuff, it kind of makes sense. So again, I just wanted to go take a look at Magicka and see if Magicka was also on Xbox. And that'll be Magicka 2. We'll see if Magicka 2 was. So this was 2 years ago. Any chance of still getting Magicka 2 released for Xbox? Maybe even. Okay, so let me just go to the Wikipedia page, because I think there's a pattern here from Arrowhead. We'll focus on Arrowhead first, then we go to Square. So Magicka released on PC, PS4, and iOS, and also then released on Linux, and this was 2015 as well. It never released on Xbox. Nope. No, never released on Xbox. So we got Helldivers and I'm gonna put Helldivers up there too. Then all three of them be beside each other. Oh, look at that! I got Oblivion in the bitch. That was a good Elder Scrolls. That was a really good one. I loved Oblivion. Never made a remaster, never made a remake, nothing. Just nothing. They just let it fucking die. What the fuck is Helldivers? Oh, there it is. Is it? No, there it is. No, that's not what I want. Alienation is down that bitch too. I confused Alienation. With Helldivers many years ago, and I ended up playing more Alienation than Helldivers. So I just want to get this stuff in focus. Interesting. Very interesting. All three of them are top down. That was their MMO back then. Just all top down games. Then they do their first AAA. I mean, their first third person game, and then this completely looks different. The budget, the people. I wanted to read this off, and this is coming from fandom.com, and it says, Arrowhead began working on Helldivers 2 all the way in 2016, and the game became the first AAA production following the release of several smaller budget games, which again, Helldivers 1, Magicka 2, Gauntlet. This is the thing. Magicka 2, Helldivers are not on Xbox. So I'm going to see if Gauntlet was released on Xbox. Gauntlet 2014. I think Gauntlet was released on Xbox because it was through WB, so maybe only Magicka 2 and Helldivers. Let's go see. Wow, we have a fucking pattern. There we go. Oh man, I love doing research. It's best to do research. So this is what we got. Arrowhead did Helldivers 1, Magicka 2, and Gauntlet, and they were only released on PlayStation. They were never released any other platform. This is a second-party studio that's being molded for PlayStation. That's what this shit is. They're picking them up. They're picking up Arrowhead. Because all of these games were only on PlayStation and PC. All three of them. Yeah, this is they're definitely picking up Arrowhead. I think we can stop the research there. Square Enix, they need to pick them up. Arrowhead, Square Enix, Ember Labs, still pretty much the same list I've been going with, but now Arrowhead is on my radar. And again, these three games are PS4 and PC only. Helldivers was released on PS Vita and PS3 as well. What are you guys talking about in the chat so I can join in? You said Vince Zappilla is running a DICE studio in California currently. Yeah, but they're going to have to be discovered and actually show off their IP for Sony to pick them up. Omar, you say that means that they would buy EA. Laugh out loud. I don't think they buy EA. Nah, they can purchase them from EA and the IP. I don't know if DICE has any good devs left. Okay. Who are you talking about buying EA? Be more careful. You said there was a report that Sony wanted to buy a studio in Sweden. DICE is in Sweden. Could be. Okay. You guys are going down a rabbit hole. You're all catching L's. Arrowhead is located in Sweden. Be more careful. Omar, Arrowhead is located in Sweden. Did you guys get that? You can stop going down the rabbit hole. Arrowhead Games is located in Sweden. Scoopity Boops 77Z. Well, I mean, as always, we have another Bloodborne PC situation, a port. So it's been rumored as of late last week that some people in the industry believe that there is Bloodborne is going to be getting a PC port again. I don't know where they heard it from, but it is what it is. Frostbite, you said the chat needs to chill. Sony ain't buying EA, and EA sure as hell aren't selling DICE and the Battlefield IP. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't understand what y'all talking about. Okay, so Omar, if you know that Arrowhead Game Studios that makes Helldivers, Magicka 2, Gauntlet, and now Helldivers 2, and all those games are PlayStation, and PC only, why would you go out and just say, oh yeah, Sony's buying DICE, when you already know they're closer to Arrowhead, and Arrowhead will be cheaper to buy than DICE, and EA would have to give up DICE for that transaction to go through? Like, why would you go all the way left when the answer literally is right in front of you? Like, I'm not really understanding. We just did all the fucking math for you. We got the answers for you. I mean, you just nah, not Arrowhead. We know they're close. We know they're basically a second party studio to Sony, but nah, Sony not picking them up. They're gonna pick up DICE. And I want to prevent you from getting an L, because that's a big ass L right there. Nah, man. Don't take an L, bro. Nah, I know it's interesting to talk about the what ifs, but if the what ifs don't look plausible, it's weird to talk about the what ifs. It's best to talk about reality, man. It's boring, but at least we got a solid answer. So I would say Arrowhead, Square Enix, Ember Labs. Then I'll allow you guys to fill in some gaps. Like, I say 5. 5 will be a good number to pick up between now and then. I would love Sony to pick up Capcom as well. I think that they have some games that I think Sony could help make better. Monster Hunter, shit like that, definitely with the resources Sony has, Mocap Studios, the engines like Decima. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's cool. You can leave, but bro, you literally up there like trying to get everybody to like save DICE, and that'll make everybody look bad because we know it's not gonna happen. It's like you basically setting up the entire PlayStation community to like take a L when you know that's not a possibility. Okay, JRO49. I can't allow you guys to like take us all down with the ship. That's just not a reality that the EA would give up DICE so Sony could pick them up when we know that EA still wants to compete when it comes to shooters. They would not do that. That would never happen. A Ghoster, you said Sony is not merging with Apple. Who said that in the chat? Yeah, again, we had talked about it on the Sunday show. That one of the insiders talked about a studio in Sweden in 2021. I found out this year that Arrowhead is located in Sweden. We just found out live on chat through research that all 3 of these games are second-party titles. They were on PlayStation 4 and also on PC. They never went to Xbox. They never went to the Nintendo Switch. And now Sony has helped the studio go from, let me get the specific number. They helped the studio. Let me read this passage off. Arrowhead began work on Helldivers 2 in 2016, and the game became their first AAA production following a release of several smaller budget titles. The studio eventually grew from 35 employees to in the beginning of the development to over 100 by the time the game was officially revealed. They said Helldivers 2 was leaked several times before it was properly announced in May 2023. So they went from 35 to 100. That's a lot. That's a big upgrade. That's a huge fucking upgrade. I just got a notification about Diablo on the PlayStation's YouTube channel just now for some new season content. We have to acknowledge that there was somewhat of a leak or something yesterday where it looked like Diablo was heading to Game Pass early. And now I kind of understand why Mike Ybarra was saying no, because he does want people to buy Diablo before they get it in their head that they shouldn't buy Diablo. This is the scariest thing. They want to make more money off of Diablo, and that's why they made it that types of a games as a service. It's a big deal. Diablo 4, they put a lot of money into it. They want to make a lot more money out of it. If people start to run around the internet saying, oh, it's going to Game Pass, that's going to stop your cash flow. I don't think Mike Ybarra, I don't think Activision or anybody at Blizzard wants to not make money off of shit they worked hard for. But if you're going to be underneath Microsoft, that's exactly what's going to happen. And again, I know it's a benefit for gamers on Xbox. You no longer have to spend $60, $70. You get the game inside your subscription. I understand it's a big benefit. It's a big W. But you do have to think about the people that put the blood, sweat, and tears into these games. Again, they got families too, man. Like, how do they take care of their families if there's no money pumping in? You know, so they're acquiring Activision. Just like Bethesda, a lot of developers left. So, I mean, that could be an opportunity for Sony again to poach some devs, kind of form another studio. They got Haven. They got Fire Sprite recently. You know, they got Nixxes. Nixxes did a lot of ports for for Square Enix. Now they're doing ports and, you know, for PlayStation. So at least PlayStation doesn't have to lease out any more ports for PC. They can just have Nixxes do them. I mean, I think PlayStation's good, but they could definitely boost their studios. And after this acquisition, they have to get serious about getting more studios. They have to be serious about this. So I'm just gonna go over here to YouTube. I don't know if I can type it in right, but I'm gonna try. And this will be like the Xbox Bethesda roundtable, I guess. Xbox. There it is. It's called the Xbox Bethesda Sit Down. Was this it? Xbox joins, Bethesda joins the Xbox family. Is this it? There it is. It was called the Roundtable. I knew it was called the Roundtable. That is fucking hilarious. It was 2 years ago, right? So this is when this is what happened when they picked up them. So we're just gonna we're gonna fast forward to. Okay, so this is what happened, right? Trying to find my controller. I haven't even ate yet. I was supposed to eat. I didn't even eat shit yet. I've been drinking water. I worked out so much this morning, and I didn't even fucking eat anything to build my energy back up. I need to before I fucking fall out. So we're gonna let this run. I'm gonna just mute my TV. So this is what happened after Microsoft picked up Bethesda. They immediately, after they closed it, had a emergency roundtable. to basically let the world know everything's going to Game Pass. We have to analyze this and talk about this because this is gonna be interesting. After the deal closed, everything from Bethesda, everything from Activision Blizzard is going to the Game Pass automatically. They're gonna not be making any more like $60, $70 per gamer on Xbox, because they're just gonna go get into the Game Pass. Now, all of this was talked about extensively in the FTC versus Microsoft court case for the injunction. This was the moment where we knew, like, okay, they own them. They letting everybody know they own them. This is the plan going forward. This shit's going to be exclusive. This going to be exclusive. I expect another roundtable. It's going to be interesting to break down. Like, I don't really give a fuck that Call of Duty's not going to be on PlayStation. That's a plus for us. That's a plus. Look at this nigga right there. That nigga. You know he hit the jackpot, bro. Man. He's getting a big promotion after this. That guy right there, he is definitely going to be the president and CEO of Microsoft. Then shit really gonna get crazy. He's getting a big pat on the back. They throwing up champagne right now. They once they close this deal, bro, I don't know how much they can promote him inside of Xbox, but they definitely bringing him over to full-time Microsoft. Like, he's got some shit done. Xbox is still losing in popularity. They're not making as much money as PlayStation. You know, software sales are down, hardware sales are down. They're third place, but they're making moves for the future. That's what they're doing. They're making moves for the future. I want to address something in the chat. It's always good to talk to you guys. Again, big shout out to the chat, because if it wasn't for the chat, we wouldn't be talking here. So big shout out to everybody that's watching, and a shout out to the chat. Make sure you hit the like button. We're almost at 100 likes, so we might as well knock that goal out. But we're going to go watch this, and we're going to talk about this. You know, you have to be prepared that this is going to be something we're going to cover. DJ was here on the panel. He was like, hey, we can finally rest easy. The shit's done. It's not done. It's a celebration today in Xbox land, but there's going to be another celebration once this shit officially closes. Then there's going to be a third celebration at this round table that they're obviously going to have between Xbox and Activision. And it's going to be a crazy party going into holiday season. I would expect more people to move back to Xbox. If you're a PlayStation dude, you really were like you were kind of like an Xbox dude, I would expect you to go back home. I kind of actually want you to go back home. I feel like if you really love Xbox, that's where you should be. You know, you're over here for the games, but if you want to go back to Xbox, like, that's where you should be, man. Like, I don't think there's a wrong thing to go back. People came back to PlayStation when God of War and Spider-Man got shown off, you know. And I'm pretty sure that when you go back to Xbox for Call of Duty on Game Pass, you'll come back to PlayStation for Wolverine and Spider-Man 2. But I don't see a reason for you not to go to Xbox. If Call of Duty going on Game Pass is your MO to buy a $500 console that you don't currently own, do it. I mean, no one's stopping you, man. Let's see. We got Social Destruct with the $5 super chat. He says, great show from the panel. This is a good thing because it will light a fire under Sony to bring back IPs like SOCOM Resistance, Killzone. You missed one. Warhawk. Warhawk. We're going to get in. Actually, I want to show Warhawk now. that video right there, this one, I gotta go put this in my favorite because that's so really interesting what happened there. I'm not gonna say anything though. Let me save this into my favorites and also watch later because I need to study this even more. We know all about it. We watched it together. We heard about this roundtable being talked about during the court case, but it is going to be interesting to analyze the pattern between when it closed and when this roundtable took place, so we can better understand how soon after the Activision deal closes that we will get a new roundtable from Xbox. So it will probably be Activision plus Xbox official roundtable. Man, it's about to get crazy, bro. It's about to get crazy out here. That's about to be wild. What's everybody's thoughts on this deal? Like let's break it down. Like, what's your real thoughts on this deal? Like, you know, is this something like a make or break? Do you go back to, are you going back to Xbox? Are you gonna go pick up an Xbox for this deal? What's really going down? I want to know. So if you wanted to talk about that, this is your time. We should definitely talk about this. I don't know if they have any 4K gameplay because I wouldn't know, but I would check. I would check. I mean, I would check. I would check. I highly doubt it. Somebody posted something 4 months ago. Somebody posted something another 4 months ago. So I guess we'll check out this one. This one says 4K, so we'll check this out. So this is Warhawk. This is Warhawk running on, I would assume PS4, PS3, yeah. So Warhawk was basically a military game you could play on the ground. You had vehicles, you had tanks, but you could, the major thing is that you could go in the air and you could dogfight in the air with these jets that could transform and fly real fast, and they were fucking awesome, and that's the name of Warhawk. Now, Warhawk is an old IP. It started on the PS1. It skipped the PS2. It came out on the PS3, and it skipped the PS4. We could look at a situation where Warhawk could come back, since it's a game that comes out once every other generation. I'm looking at it in 4K. It looks fucking great. It still looks as I remember many, many years ago. I think, again, PlayStation has a crazy catalog of military shooters, from Warhawk to SOCOM 4 to, all different types of games. Now you got the co-op military shooter for Helldivers 2, sorry. I think that they got shit. They got really good shit. Yes, by the way, you did have tanks. You had Jeeps and you had tanks on this game. This is the jet I was talking about, or the aircraft I was talking about. I used to play this game online a lot. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they had given it to us for free. I don't know if this was like a free game, I think, in the beginning, or you had to pay for it. I don't know, but I got it, and it was fucking awesome. You can, like, set mines in the sky. You see different mines in the sky, so if somebody's flying behind, you can set a mine, and they run into it, and it explode and shit. Obviously you got guns on this jet. You see he got fucked up. He was fucking around in the air. He got fucked up. Yeah, we got games, man. Let's talk about it. Let's really talk about it. Like, is this a make or break for you? Or do you, again, are you one of the people, like, in the chat that think that Sony needs to go and get shit done? Like, do you think Sony needs to go and get shit done in terms of bringing back old military IPs? Like, you're not going to really fuck with Activision like that after the deal is done. So you need to fill the gap of military shooters that potentially will be made by Call of Duty not being on your system in the future. So you need to get your shit ready. Oh, you have that's right. You did have flamethrowers. Let's talk about it, people. I see y'all in the chat. I know you're active. Let's talk. What should Sony do? Should they panic or should they go back to their catalog of military shooters and shooters that they have? Now, who is this on the mic? Is that? I see Cat Lover 85 there. I see True Witty, but his mic is muted. Why is everybody's mic muted? Oh, no. Boca Loca, your mic's muted because you were talking the last time. Okay, sorry. Let me unmute you. Sorry, buddy. Cat Lover, you're on.
When did I ever talk too much?
It wasn't that. Like, you had left off the mic and we were listening to like some podcast or some shit you had playing. I think it was the cat podcast that the guy kept meowing and shit. But what's going on, Sam? I know what's your thoughts on this, man? I mean, you can hear from my voice. I'm actually excited because without Call of Duty, they can focus on what we wanted them to focus on for like a whole generation. Focus on your own shit. Huh?
Yeah, we're gonna get Resistance back. We're
gonna you got to get Resistance back. You got to get Warhawk back, Starhawk back. You look what they're doing with Helldivers. What did I tell you about Helldivers? Didn't I tell you? I was like, oh, bro, we don't normally get games from the PS4, PS3 generation. Maybe they kind of like planning ahead what they need to do. You know, it was always weird that they showed off Helldivers on last Thursday. You know, the decision of this shit is coming through. And it seemed like they were preparing for it. What's going on, True Witty? With your $80 billion super chat that you left. Thank you for that.
$80 billion. God damn, I could have bought Activision.
Cut that out. It's a good day, man. It's a good day. I mean, because at least Sony will fucking wake up, man. And then they were like, hey, either we got to acquire studios or we got to get back to work on making our own shooters. Because you gotta in good install base right now before people leave and go back to Xbox. You know, hey, get them acclimated to some shooters. Bring them back, remaster them, remake them, bro. Like whatever you need to do, you had them.
What's the title about? Because I saw the title. What the fuck is going on?
So the injunction did not go through.
I knew the judge would be on some fuck shit.
True Eddie, let me ask you a question. Did I not tell Secumur I had a dream that shit wasn't going through? Did I not tell him that?
You in your dream, bro. What's up with you in your dream? You got some premonition line.
Did I not say that? Did I not recently talk to you on the phone and say, bro, this is not going through? Like,
even Six said, nah, man, I can see this not going through.
I mean, eventually he came around. Eventually Sick did come around, but when he joined his first day here, he was like, yeah, that you know, he thought the judge was going to do the right thing. But I'm sorry, there was too much evidence that the judge could do judge things. I'm just not going to be like negative. The judge could do judge things, and the judge did a judge thing. So she judged.
Throughout that entire thing, bro, I was saying the judge probably bought up.
Well, like I said, one of the things I kept talking about is her demeanor, her mannerisms, her attitude. It was like I can read people really well, and I didn't even need to see her. We never got a visual of the courtroom, but I can hear.
You can just hear her actions. You can hear her actions of. She was always against the FTC, and I'm like, bro, why are you so heavily against the FTC? This doesn't make no sense. They're literally presenting you with evidence.
Hey, there's two things that's gonna happen. People by the end of the year move out. A lot of like Call of Duty fans, they move back to Xbox because they're gonna move wherever Call of Duty is prevalent. So they're, you know, maybe this will be the last year that we see certain people over here. They're going to go back to Xbox, PlayStation, kind of wake the fuck up, understand, hey, we need to make sure we bring some games back so they'll be back. It may not be Call of Duty, but we have games, you know.
You know what I've noticed though, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I said this before. If this still goes through, bro, because if this still goes through, I told you, I said this many times, bro. I said this is going to happen. They're going to open the floodgates, and when that floodgates open, nobody's off the table. Nobody.
Oh yeah, I mean, but that's not a bad that's a good thing for Sony. It's a bad thing for Microsoft. They're just buying a $75 billion company. They're not going to be able to do that again too closely. They have to wait. Sony can go and do it, but they're gonna have to wait because they're on the FTC shit list.
But Jay, you also got to take into consideration it's not just Xbox.
I know, but listen, bro. You can say that. I don't want you to take a L. Me and you are cool. I want you to hold on. I want you to listen to this. There's a reason why Tencent haven't bought a lot of American gaming companies. We know they can do it. We know they have the money. It's certain litigations you're gonna have to go through, just like Microsoft had to go through. And the American government and the American court system is not going to be too friendly to Chinese companies like Tencent coming over here and buying EA, coming over here and buying other American companies. So I wouldn't assume that Tencent will be able to get away and start doing it as soon as you think they would, compared to like somebody like a Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo, because they have more of a foothold and have had a foothold in the United States in the gaming industry for almost 30 years equally, almost. So I know what you're saying. They have the money. They can do it, but they're not gonna be able to do it because they gotta have to do what Microsoft just did. They're gonna be tied up in court, and it probably won't go in their way.
But it's not just Tencent. You got Amazon, which all they have is a streaming service, and they can lock you down to their streaming service.
Yeah. I disagree with that. I disagree with the fact that they would go buy studios that Sony would, or Sony fans or PlayStation fans would panic about Sony not having access to. I disagree. You can continue to talk. I completely disagree that Amazon would buy like a Capcom or no. Nope. They're gonna buy things that would benefit their streaming. I think they will buy studios that will benefit their streaming. They're not going to buy a console level studio.
Never said Capcom.
I'm just saying, I know what you're thinking, but you got give me an idea who they would buy that Sony fans or PlayStation fans would miss out on. Like who would Amazon buy that huh? Take-Two's in the United States. That's in their realm of opportunity. Okay, when you recently interrupted me, I was saying console level studios, right? I don't think that Amazon would buy console level studios that would impact PlayStation fans or Sony fans from playing the game. You see what I'm saying? They have to buy something that would be better for their streaming, not something that, I'm gonna buy the shit, take all the Grand Theft Auto and not have it on PlayStation and Xbox. I just don't see that realistically. I don't see that.
I didn't see this consolidation happening last year either.
We're talking about Microsoft. We're not talking about Amazon. Amazon doesn't have a history of doing what Microsoft is doing.
Hold on. But Microsoft isn't the only one buying up shit though. I get it. They're not. Microsoft's the one that's buying up big shit.
So what's your fear that Amazon would buy Take-Two? What do you think that they would do with it?
It's not just Amazon. As I said, it's not just. Okay.
Okay. So you got Tencent, you got Amazon. Anybody else? So we can have a good discussion. Like who else you thinking of that would do something like Microsoft? Microsoft, they literally will take a game off your fucking system. We saw them do it, so we know it's possible. Yeah. Amazon, they're not gonna want to lose money. Like, what's the game we talking about? Hold on. Blue Protocol, right? Blue Protocol. That's coming to all platforms. Amazon Games is funding that. I don't think you have anything to worry about if Amazon was to buy somebody versus if Microsoft was to buy somebody. Because remember, they have a box. Amazon doesn't. They're not going to benefit from locking a game down to their service that nobody even fucking uses like that. You see what I'm saying? Xbox has more, they have more of a chance to do shit like that. Obviously, we've seen it than Amazon. Again, our favorite game, our most anticipated MMORPG is coming out, and it has Amazon games listed on it. Blue Protocol.
Not just that. Yeah, but no one forgets the Xbox platform like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're buying it so they can bolster their own lineup.
That's cool, man. Look, I'm perfectly fine with Amazon. If they want to buy Take-Two, I'm perfectly fine with it because I know they're not going to do what Microsoft is doing. So I have no worry there. I'm not worried. Yeah. I mean, even if it comes to Take-Two, let's say, and I'm gonna be 100% raw. If Take-Two, Tencent started buying up motherfuckers, we know it's gonna be the same thing. They have to make money off the game. They're gonna put it on a platform that can make money. PlayStation is a platform that makes money. They're not gonna take the game out. Why? Because they don't have a box. Tencent does not have a box. What would the benefit of them not releasing a game after they buy a studio on PlayStation when they don't have their own fucking console?
That's true.
That's why I'm saying you shouldn't be worried. Just the realisticness of this shit. Microsoft the only motherfuckers that would do it. We know they're gonna do it. The other two haven't. Tencent has bought studios, right? Partially invested in studios, and those games are still coming to PlayStation. Same shit could be said for Amazon. They're funding certain games, and those games are coming to either PC or PlayStation. In the case of Blue Protocol, PlayStation, PC, and Xbox. So I don't see any threat from that. I don't see any reason for any PlayStation dude, Sony pony, Sony fan, PlayStation fan, I don't care what you call yourself. You shouldn't worry about anybody else doing this. The only worry you should have is Microsoft doing it. And they're going to have to, what is it called? It's not a loadout. They're gonna have a little bit of a like a cooldown. There it is. They have a cooldown period. So they just picked up Activision Blizzard. They're gonna have a major cooldown period for at least 2 to 3 years, where they won't be able to do that. And that's when Sony gonna have 2 to 3 years to like lock down some people. The thing is, I already know about 3 motherfuckers they probably already locking down, and that's Square, Ember Labs, and Arrowhead, and those are easy for them to pick up.
That is simple, yes.
And again, I don't know if I sent you the report, but Arrowhead went from 35 employees to 100 because of Helldivers 2. And Helldivers 2 is confirmed to be a AAA game. So, again, every other game, and I did the research, every other game Arrowhead released was only on PlayStation and PC. Magicka 2, Gauntlet. Yeah, so that means that they've always been a second party. And guess who that reminds you of? House Marquee, the people that made Returnal. So that's an automatic big pickup. They're picking them up. But the thing is, what I'm showing off right now is Warhawk. Warhawk was an old PS3 military game. It came out towards the launch.
Hell no, Greg. Oh, hold on. Hell no, Gregory. I can't blame the FTC lawyer. I gotta blame the judge. I'm sorry, I can't blame the FTC lawyer. The FTC lawyer did their job.
Yeah, if the judge already made her decision in the case. We've talked about this multiple times. She made her decision where she was gonna lean in that case. We saw it, we heard it. Like, that's what I'm telling you, bro. Y'all can count me out all you want. I had a fucking dream that this shit was not passing, and I've been to one PlayStation dude that has not been confident about it. Nobody can like make a live stream about me saying, "Oh yeah, I thought nope," because I never fucking said that shit. I've always said that I think this injunction is not going through. It's not because of the FTC's lack of trying. The judge's mind was made up a while ago, man.
Shit. But the judge was compromised all the way. Bro, the fact that she even claimed she had a son that worked at Microsoft, you at that point, she was gonna protect her interests.
I want to let y'all understand. I want y'all to understand. FTC put up some really good points. They gave out a lot of evidence, right? Obviously, it didn't matter what the FTC was gonna say, right or wrong. Because look at the decision and let's be honest, it did come a little fast. We know that the FTC asked for the 12th.
Well,
we know that, right? I've told you guys that on the Sunday show. And what's today? The 11th.
Yeah. It's tomorrow, but I guess the Lord is like, fucking nigga. I already had my choice and decision made up already, nigga.
Exactly. Her decision's already fucking made up. She didn't even wait until the 12th.
Bro, that's just fucked up. She literally would fuck up an entire industry because
listen, man, I want everybody to know this listening. I did not want this thing to not go through. I wanted Microsoft to be able to buy Activision so that Sony can wake up and understand the importance of first party.
Here's the thing now. Now I'm glad I waited on Diablo because I was like, maybe I don't know, bro. Maybe, you know what? You know, it's weird because it's funny because all these bots online were like, oh, it's gonna go through. Listen, I can't listen. They made it's just crazy, bro. It's just nuts.
I'm cool with it. Like I said, if this doesn't wake Sony up to understand they need to focus on exclusives in their first party, nothing will. They've spent they spent 8 years or 10 years, right? They spent 10 years focusing on Call of Duty. 10 years. 2013 all the way to 2023. 10 fucking years.
They could have brought out a new kill zone.
Exactly. They could have brought out games that they already own. They have the money to fund it. Look at what they did with Helldivers. They got enough money to make good engines. We know they got good engines. We know they got talent. I blame Sony. I'm not blaming the FTC. Why the fuck would I blame the FTC? It's Sony's fault. You invested all your time. Every holiday you invested in Call of Duty. That's who Sony invested in for the holidays, not their own IPs. They put their own IPs in different fucking months. They never put their shit out in the holiday except for the last couple years with God of War and shit. And because they had the launch of the PS5, sorry. Nah, I blame Sony, bro. It's their fucking fault.
Yeah, they protected Activision all the way through and made them money.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, if they brought out Warhawk, polished it up just a little bit, 4K 60 or 1440p 60, niggas would be on that shit, bro. They would be on that shit. Bro, Sony got problems. They have confidence problems in their own IPs, and a lot of people are not going to have the balls to say this, but I'm going to tell you this. They had the most amazing shooting games you have ever seen on the PS3, and they dropped it because of Call of Duty. If they would have stayed focused, it could have broke through and found some good audience, man. But they just was like, nah, we don't want to do it. Fuck it, let's get that Call of Duty contract. Now you're not gonna have access to Call of Duty. Now what you gonna do? You better get to doing something, man. You gotta get to doing something. What else we had?
Green light haze.
Kick him out.
Fuck that.
Yeah, kick him out. That one right there. Kick that guy out. And his cat too. Fuck that guy.
Bring back the goat.
Hey, God damn. Hey, nigga, you aced me with that game, nigga. Like,
One eye of death.
oh, geez.
Bro, you know what's funny though? I'm about to show y'all some real shit because niggas don't know, bro. Resistance 2 multiplayer.
Oh my goodness, bro.
I cannot tell you how fucking fortunate I was to have a PS3, believe in the PS3 that generation, and how many enjoyable games I played. People don't know how big the maps were on Resistance 2. They had some massive maps for a first-person shooter. Like this Woodsaw map, one of my favorites. fucking awesome.
Super chat.
I remember you could switch, right, Jay? They'd have mid maps and then, like you said, the big maps.
Yeah, and then they also had co-op. They had
Yeah,
co-op,
this is
and then they
co-op,
had
right?
single player. Yep.
Bro,
No, this is
bro.
this is multiplayer. What? Yeah, this is
You know-
multiplayer. What you're looking at, but they did have co-op missions and single player.
You know what's fucked up though? The what you call it? Let's say Resistance 1. It had that Halo feel, where you can go through the entire game co-op, and you had multiplayer attached to the whole game. Then Resistance 2, it had like a somewhat of a Call of Duty feel, but you could go
Yeah,
through
yeah, it definitely did. Yeah, it did, man. Sony was in their bag, bro, because they wanted to fight for the consumer, and I feel like they've been relaxed. But let me get this super chat real quick, and we can continue. Viper Reaps Corner with the $4.99 super chat. You say, but I don't think we have. I don't think we would have Horizon Forbidden West. Oh, Horizon Forbidden West. If they didn't drop those shooter games. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, you know, you gotta like kind of alternate, right? And I think they've done really good with the single player games.
Yeah.
And a lot of the single player games are kind of like on their either third installment, or they about to, the development team is about to go to a brand new studio. A new IP. So I feel like this is a perfect fucking time. The middle of this generation to start like showing off your multiplayer shit. And what's really interesting is that is exactly what they're doing. They're preparing a lot of games as a service. Look at what's going on with Helldivers. They're about to pivot. I don't know if they already knew about this stuff or they just had stuff on a back burner. Now they can just be like, hey, we're free of Call of Duty. We can take this chance and show off, flex our multiplayer muscles, our online muscles. And I think it's going to be good for them, man. They got to go back to their roots because a lot of people think that Sony didn't have multiplayer roots. They did. I was there. I'll be the first person to show you. I'll be the first person to tell you. They had great multiplayer experiences, man. Great multiplayer experiences. They had them.
8-man co-op was something else, man.
Huh?
8-man co-op for this game.
Oh, yeah, the 8-man co-op, bro. Like, Resistance 2 was so underrated, bro. That's why most people talk about Resistance 2. I mean, again, we all got suckered in on 1, and 1 was good. But what they were able to do with 2, man, on the PS3 technology, they were doing some really good shit. And again, this is multiplayer. They had co-op with specific missions and maps. Then they had the single player. And then part 3, you could do co-op through the entire campaign, and you had multiplayer. It died really quickly, though, because Call of Duty had launched right next to it, and no one gave a fuck about Resistance 3 after that. And it was so sad because the Resistance 3, they had a really nice engine. I like what they had did with that graphical engine. It was really beautiful.
It was an improvement.
Yeah. So I listen, man. Again, I know maybe Sony fans, PlayStation fans, they're gonna not like that I'm not kirking off in y'all defense, but I'm gonna be honest, man. I've never wanted Sony to always be relying on Activision and Call of Duty, and it's the worst fucking thing that I had to sit through 10 years to watch, knowing the fucking bangers in the multiplayer division that they have released. They released some amazing multiplayer games. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, bro. Short my deliveries here.
Okay,
but,
man.
We'll talk later.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I still think we're going live tomorrow, and I know that I said that The Truth Hurts is going to be a video series when it comes back, but because I do so many live streams, I'm gonna turn it, at least tomorrow's Truth Hurts is gonna be it's gonna be a live stream. So, everybody, it's been like 11 years since I made The Truth Hurts, but I'm bringing back tomorrow as a live stream, and then we'll see what the other ones will be, but it'll be a live stream. True Woody, I'll talk to you later. Cat Lover 95, are you still here?
Watching the gameplay.
Okay.
That way.
So going forward, like, I think that me and you, True Witty, Afro, I think we're all on the same page. Sony needs to go back to their roots.
Yeah, they do, and they need to stick with the people who got them to where they are.
There you go, because it was that PS3 generation where you had the real hardcore PlayStation fans, and if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't have been able to get out of that generation, bro. and get that momentum that they got. It was the real fans, not Call of Duty dudes. It was the real fans, the ones that were taking a chance on games like this, you know, Killzone and Starhawk and Warhawk and all of the, and SOCOM and all of that. Like they had shooters, and if you really think about it, they had more shooters than Xbox. Xbox only had Halo and Gears. We had more than 5 different shooters at one time, bro. I hate when people say Xbox was like the king of shooters when in reality they weren't, because Sony had at least 3 to 4 different shooting IPs in one single generation that they had brought out, and that generation, some of them were like new IPs. Like Warhawk and Killzone were existing. Well, Warhawk had came out on the PlayStation 1, Killzone had came out on PS2, but Resistance was a brand new IP, and they dropped 3 games. No, they dropped 4 games that generation. Because it was 3 on consoles, and then like 1 on PSP, and then I think they dropped another one on Vita. So that was like 5 Resistance games that exist. Because I know I played the one on Vita and got the platinum for that.
Yeah, that was Burning Skies.
Yeah, that was Burning Skies. Yeah, it was a solid one, man. But they just, look, man, they fuck around with Call of Duty too much, man. Like that's their downfall. They wasted 10 years that they could have been building up shooting games. And I'm not going to say they're going to be behind. I think a lot of this stuff is in the back burner. They can have some new shooting games out in the next 3-4 years if they don't already have ones that are on the back burner that we don't know about. But there's no time like the present to call up your studios and ask them, hey, bro, go back to your roots. We're going to greenlit that Resistance game you always wanted to make. You know, we're going to greenlit that Starfield and Warhawk remake that you always wanted to make. Like, get it done, Sony. This is your chance. Show the world that you don't need Call of Duty. Because I'm going to tell you one thing. This is, and it, you know, I've not said a lot of bad things about Xbox. This has not been a live stream to bash Xbox. But it has been a truthful, acknowledgeable live stream. Again, Bayars 4081 is now following me on Kick. Shout out to you on Kick, I think. Is he following me on Kick or is he following me on Twitter? On Twitch. I don't know. Thanks for the follow. We got 100 likes here. Big shout out to the chat. Big shout out to all the lurkers. Whether you hate me, you love me, thank you for tuning in. I wanted to be very honest. I'm not here to benefit PlayStation fans because a lot of the people that I know, they don't even know the fucking history. So I can't really refer to you on my level because y'all don't know. Y'all didn't know about this. You didn't see this. I was there in the trenches, man, playing some of the best games PlayStation had to offer. And they put all of these games on the back burner for Call of Duty contracts. Year after year for 10 straight years. The fixation with Call of Duty is fucking sickening to a hardcore PlayStation fan like myself and gamer. You know? It's just sickening, man. Go back to your fucking roots. Sam, I'm going to let you take it away because you sent me that email, that speech you had. So I want you to...
That never happened, but
It did happen.
I'm just thinking, man. They need to find out why people didn't want to play these games. That was the problem, right? They stopped giving this to them because
I can give you the answer. I've given this answer multiple times. They didn't have the PlayStation fans. Those PlayStation fans, when these games came out, they were still on Xbox. Those were PlayStation fans that had molded into new generation shooter fans, right? So if they were to come back, or they're right here now, and they're on PlayStation, and they bring these games out again, it'll be a new lease on life. These games will fucking blow up.
I'll give you a good example to counter that point. Shadowfall, man. The game sold well, but the community died basically in favor of Ghosts.
Well, see, that's the thing. You didn't have all the PlayStation fans back at launch in the PS3. Remember, Drive Club wasn't even accepted? It wasn't until E3 2016 when you really started to understand, okay, a lot of PlayStation fans that came back, they're coming back for Spider-Man, they're coming back for God of War. You know what I'm saying? It was around that time. So all of the shit they dropped at launch that were good, Drive Club, Shadowfall, those games were great. Still didn't have the PlayStation fans back. I feel like before the PlayStation fans that came back after E3 2016 fucking leave again, right? Before they fucking leave again, they need to release these fucking games. You have the codes. You can fucking polish that shit up in no time and re-release it. You got the server space. Go do it. I think the best thing we can get from this is what's going on with Helldivers. That's the best thing you got. I believe, and again, this may be crazy. We got to get the gameplay up on screen. And then I'm going to have Sam, again, big shout out to Sam for coming through. I really appreciate having your insight, man. I need another game from you. We looked at Resistance 2. We looked at Warhawk. We gotta talk about some other games, but Helldivers. Helldivers is 4-player co-op. If they wanted to do 8v8 matches, they can incorporate that. I believe they can incorporate that and have multiplayer element to this game. Right? They can do so much with Helldivers. I played the first Helldivers, and I want to, again, let me go get off of this screen, sorry. I want to show you guys my gameplay from Helldivers 1 this morning. And I know it's going to be like top down and shit, so I'm going to go into full screen and kind of like show you what I was doing with Helldivers this morning. I've been on that game a lot, bro. I've been on that game a lot. Let me make sure. Is that the 15-minute one? Yeah. So, I was on this bitch a lot today. I'm going to take my face off because y'all don't need to see my fucking face. Call me face man. It's not really what you call me, but it is what it is. Oh, yeah, there we go. My little face is still right there. Okay, cool. Nope, don't need to see me. Okay, so long story short, you're looking over here at Helldivers. This is Helldivers 1. I was online this morning. The game is still online. 8 years. 8 years. One thing you gotta give Sony props for is they will not kill a server real quick, bro. They will keep that shit running. This is what we gotta bring up right now. I know it wasn't a lot of people cup of tea. I know it's top down. I know the graphics weren't the best, but there were enough people that took a chance. I was not a part of that, sadly. I let this one slip through my fingers. I was not a part of this. But I ended up getting on it recently after the sequel was announced. And I was like, yeah, bro, let's do this shit. It's fun. It's top down, but we up here. We huddled up. We shooting shit. You know, we got turrets out. It's fun capturing the flag for this specific mission. I mean, we doing shit. I feel like when you release the third person one, bro, that third person one about to be like that, bro. That shit about to be straight like that. When it's just about to be like fire, man. It's about to be fire. So Sam, what's something else? What's another game that they can get? Like bring back. Resistance is good. Warhawk and Starhawk, perfect. They would both fit. You know, I know a lot of people were talking about space shooters, a lot of things in space. It's really interesting that they did have Helldivers ready. Helldivers did take place in space. You know, so this may fit the MO of, you know, space exploration to a degree on a military level. Because, you know, you're the ground troops. You're not like Starfield where you're an astronaut and shit like that, but you're one of them ground troops, kind of like I mean, I would say like Master Chief to a degree, where Master Chief goes down to the ground. He's not fighting in a spaceship or anything. He's down on the ground taking care of business, and I feel like that's kind of what you're looking for when it comes to Helldivers, that you're down on the ground level of these planets shitting on enemies and stuff.
It's more like Starship Troopers.
Yeah. Starship Troopers, Halo to a degree, in a way. So, what do you think about the Helldivers? You think it could catch on? I mean, I've been keeping track of the views for the second trailer. Yeah, the second one.
When's this coming out?
We don't have a date. We don't have a month. We don't have a day. It just says 2023.
Might have to delay this one.
Thoughts on why it should be delayed? Because
I'm going to get destroyed.
Yeah. So this I agree 100%, and that's what I've been talking about over the last 2 weeks now. Is the price is gonna matter for this game, and the release date. The thing about this is it looks really polished. It looks like it's ready now. Now, I heard that they've been working on this since 2020. It comes out that they've been working on it since 2016. If they've been working on it since 2016, this shit is more than ready. They've had a lot of time to test this shit. They've had a lot of time to figure out what they need to do. I think that you could launch it by the end of the summer, early September. I know a lot of games are coming out in September, but nothing major that I know of, except for Starfield. You know, if they get Starfield in September, it'll be good for us to have this, huh?
There was a report already, like a couple months ago or months ago, that Sony has a bunch of titles that they're finished. They're done. Games are done, just waiting to get launched.
Exactly.
Right.
And I feel like what we were shown at the showcase was not everything. This was one of those games from the report you just talked about. That was they got games ready.
Right. So I think Sony knew that Microsoft was going to win the case. Like, Sony is not stupid. They're a company. They know that the chances of Microsoft having this deal go through is most likely going to happen.
Exactly. You have to prepare. Whether you believe it or not, you have to prepare for the worst. Yeah.
Right. Right. So I think they were like, hey, you know what? Let's show this side of the industry. Let everybody see it. I don't think that their documents leaking was accidental. It wasn't anything to hurt them. I think that they wanted to show what games cost, really. We had an idea. You saw that it really cost that much money. And I think they held back on their presentation because of it. And I think now that this has gone through, anybody that they were going to acquire, you're going to see them get aggressive on it.
Oh,
Square, yeah. I'm pretty sure Square is going to be under Sony eventually. And just watch out. They probably have SOCOM finished. They probably have all of these titles finished, but they're playing chess, right? So let's see what Microsoft does. All right, this happened. What's the best way of bringing back people or bringing the attention back to Sony? Start bringing out hitters.
Exactly. I think they could start with this. Again, 4-player co-op, not multiplayer yet, but 4-player co-op. Space exploration. You're going from planet to planet. You're fighting aliens. You got guns. You got robots. You got, I'm just talking about what they had in the first one. They had mechs that you could get inside. They had jeeps. Tanks. All types of different vehicles that I'm discovering that you could do. You got jetpacks on this game. It's going to be enough fun for everybody.
Perfect timing. Perfect game for a Starfield launch.
Exactly. So this is what I wanted to say also, Sam. I'm looking at the statistics. I've been looking at this very, very closely. So the original trailer, the first trailer for Helldivers a month ago, has 333,000 views. The one posted 5 days ago has 3,226,000 views. So it's only less than 10,000 views away from topping the first trailer in a much quicker amount of time. So I would definitely argue that there is a lot of curiosity and hype behind Helldivers 2. Especially from the PlayStation community that have been wanting Sony to do a shooter of any caliber for a very long time. And this is our first chance to see, what Sony can do when it comes to, put out a shooter, bro. We need a shooting game. This is their first letting everybody know, yeah, we can do it. If we want to do it, we can do it. Now the game. Remember, the game does have friendly fire, so I guess if you get in a private lobby, you could do game like one-on-one shooting. So there is, to a degree, there is a multiplayer aspect already with the friendly fire. So I don't think it would be hard to add a 4v4 in this game and have a small multiplayer thing. I think this is definitely something Sony should think about. Again, the graphics are there, the guns are there. Just everything is there. The details there. I think you just definitely fucking do it. Again, the co-op is not top down anymore, so there's an element of open worldness to it. from what I've been seeing. Like, you're looking out, you can see a lot of draw distance and where you can go, and doesn't look like there's a lot of restrictiveness here. So that's pretty awesome. But yeah, Helldivers 2 is a day one. I don't care what the price is. I don't care when it, when it comes out. But I do think they should bring this out this year. There is no way that this Activision deal goes through and Sony does not bring out something besides Spider-Man. Now, they are currently hyping up Spider-Man 2 when it comes to the San Diego Comic-Con. There you go. The San Diego Comic-Con. I've already saw the Spider-Man 2 little train. It's wrapped up in the Spider-Man 2 art. So, again, Spider-Man 2 is going to be big. Trust me, it's going to be huge. But you got to need more than Spider-Man this year. And I think for people that want replay value, this game could give them a game that has replay value, right? So it makes sense that they have a multiplayer game essentially in a single player game in the same year. Again, the release of this game is going to be key. They bring this shit out anywhere near Call of Duty, you need to automatically think about delaying the game, or you just enjoy losing money. And I don't think Sony enjoys losing money. So I hope they do not put this game in the holiday season, because it will die. Okay? Also, marketing. Let's say you have a good budget for it. That'll be great. But there's no marketing like a free marketing. And you have to release a beta or a demo. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This game needs a beta or a demo. It can get word of mouth like you've never seen. Just look at Final Fantasy 16 and what that demo did for that game. Every developer on PlayStation, if you're dropping anything multiplayer related, you have to have a demo or beta, and you have to make sure it's at least 2 to 3, maybe even more months apart from the game's release to try to build up enough hype. It can't be too far apart, so I would say 2 to 3 months. At least 2 to 3 months apart from the game. A PS5 looks like an Apple device. Nova Red. What are you guys talking about in the chat? Harlem PS Gamer, you said, and that's why Sony are making those games as a service games, and yet people are upset about it. No, I mean, they're upset about it, but they play Call of Duty every day, and that's a games as a service. So, I mean, it's a taboo word. It's almost like microtransactions. Like, you just don't like hearing that shit. And it is a turnoff to a lot of gamers, myself included. But if it's done right, you know what I'm saying? If it's done right. This game was supported for a long time. You know, it has a gameplay loop and content in it that makes it very easy to maintain. So I think this will be a great game, especially for the AAA treatment that they got. It's a lot of replay value there. Nick, you say, why are you ignoring the PC component of this game? Nick, I'm not. I know the game is PC day and date, and I don't like it. I've always said it. But I'm not going to skip this game. I can't. My hands are tied, and I've said this literally multiple times live on air, that I do not like that this game is going day and date with PC. But my hands are tied. I really like what they're doing here, and I have to buy this day one. I want to show my support. If I don't show my support, or many other gamers decide, hey, this game's on PC, but it's a Sony-owned, a Sony-owned IP, and we let the shit die, then we don't get shooters like this anymore. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, Nick. If you could help me understand what the benefits of allowing this AAA game by Sony to fail, what would that do to the IP? We won't get any more. We've seen Sony games fail financially, and Sony closed down studios. Evolution Studio got closed down because people never came around to liking Drive Club. They closed down a studio that made MotorStorm. Like, we've seen this happen before. We know what happens if you don't support a game. The studio gets closed down and we never see the IP again. I'm a witness. I saw classic SOCOM fans skip SOCOM 4 Sony closed down Zipper Interactive and they never brought out another SOCOM game. So again, Nick, I'm talking to you, Nick. NIK, what do you think we should do that this game is releasing on PC? Should we all boycott and skip the game, or should we buy the game and enjoy it? Like I'm worried about me playing it on consoles. I don't give a fuck what they're gonna do with the game on PC. I have not seen any interest in any case. It benefits the PlayStation gamers because PC fans don't want to buy the game. So if they don't buy the game, then the next game may just only be on PlayStation if they find out that there is no, market over there for a day and date co-op game like this. So I mean, that'd be a good benefit.
In all honesty, though, SOCOM 4 was garbage.
I disagree. The thing is, let me explain something. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you, bro. You're talking to a PS3 veteran, right? Let me explain something to you.
I'm an OG SOCOM player, bro.
That's cool. That's cool. Was it worth it?
To play it again? Sure. To say you can play
No. Was it worth it? Yeah. Was the boycott worth it?
No, the boycott is not worth it.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care who hates the fucking game or think it's garbage. The fact of the matter is it was a last ditch test. Do you know what the test was? We're going to make SOCOM AAA. And if this fucking shit, hold on. If this shit goes good, we're going to keep making that shit and it might be annualized. And everybody failed the fucking test.
Right, but if they had stick to say, okay, you know what, let's remake SOCOM 1 or 2, you would have been fine. Like if they come back,
they were trying to make it bigger.
1 or 2, don't make it bigger. SOCOM is SOCOM. You don't need to do that.
Again, all I'm gonna say, sometimes you gotta support the shit you don't want to get the shit you want. And y'all guys learned the hard way not to fucking do that shit ever again.
Right, but look at Counter-Strike.
Let me ask you a question. If they bring back any type of SOCOM, are you gonna support it?
Can I get it? Of course, I'm a SOCOM player from day one. SOCOM 1.
I said any type. Let's say they bring back 4. Will you support it? Knowing that it's a test?
Yes, because
okay, that's all that matters. The game could be garbage. Right. I can agree with you right now. The game's garbage. But the fact is, it wasn't about it being garbage. It was a test. And y'all failed. And it's one more IP. It's one more studio that we don't have.
Right. Which is like, instead of running a test, let's stick to what you do and what you do well. Don't try to be what you're not. SOCOM is
They made it AAA so they could make enough money so they could keep making it AAA and give y'all what y'all wanted later on down the road. And y'all couldn't see that vision. And that's why we don't have the game now. So that's perfectly okay. You can say whatever you want to say, but that was the vision, and y'all wasn't smart enough to see it. So now we don't have SOCOM anymore. And I say we because everybody is missing out on it now. Because y'all wanted to boycott it. Oh, I want part 2. Give us part 2. You never know if that was in the budget. That if SOCOM 4 did good, y'all was gonna get a good remaster or remake to part 2. Now you'll never know.
But I'm saying SOCOM 4 was not good.
That's cool.
SOCOM 1 and 2
but that was a test.
Good.
They wanted to see if y'all really gave a fuck about it.
Right, but look at what Activision did with Call of Duty. So they knew Modern Warfare 1 and Modern Warfare 2 are classics. MW1 and MW2 are great games. Every time Call of Duty is bad, they go to Black Ops because the Black Ops games are always good. It's the same idea with SOCOM. It's like, okay, you know that you're in trouble. You know the franchise is there and people love it. Don't go make a new thing. Go back to what you did. They remastered Modern Warfare 1, Modern Warfare 2.
Did you like Confrontation?
I like Confrontation was okay.
But besides the graphics, because I already know the graphics was dog shit, but did you like Confrontation like on a gameplay level?
On a gameplay level, it reminded me of in some sense, of what it was before, yes. Like, I like the idea. I love the.
So when do you just again? I mean, I'm talking to a real SOCOM fan, so it's a good thing that I'm talking to one, so I can get what y'all emotions was back then. So when did SOCOM fall off for y'all? Did it ever fall off?
It fell off because it didn't have the same feel to me.
I'm not talking about 4. I'm talking about all the other ones. Not 4. We already know 4 is bad, right? So not 4. What
right.
After part 2, What was the other ones that they released, and did you think they were bad?
That were bad. Like, I mean, I like Confrontation. I didn't love Confrontation.
Maybe it was better. It was better. It was more of what you liked than 4, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes. I feel like it was because like it was
because I don't hear SOCOM fans talk bad about Confrontation. They just don't talk about
because they just don't talk about it. Right. Yeah. It's because like it didn't feel it is in the direction of a step up from 1 and 2, whereas 4 is completely like it's in the direction of going to a AAA title that I feel like is what they were trying to go for, but we didn't like it. It kind of reminds me of Ghost Recon. I don't know if you've ever played GRA, like Advanced Warfighter. That's kind of like what Confrontation felt like to me. Which GRA was okay, but I didn't love it. It's hard to explain. If you're a SOCOM 1 and 2 player, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If the servers were still live, you still. Matter of fact, isn't the server still live on our private base? Like, I think people are still running it.
For like SOCOM 2? Yeah, I think they're still running.
So yeah, right. So like that's the reason why people go back to it, is because like people love it. It's the same thing with Call of Duty.
Let's go put up some gameplay for SOCOM 2 so people can understand what we're talking.
So they can understand it. It's the same reason why people are like. That's why when Activision just like did that cease and desist letter to like that team that was trying to like use their own like maps and toolkits to like run old COD, like people go back to them because they were good. Right. So like when you start to make changes that people don't want, that's when you start to run into issues. And that was my problem with SOCOM. Like I never asked for it.
I think that there was a communication breakdown between the veterans and what Sony wanted for you guys. And it's one of the biggest tragedies since Evolution Studio, where I saw great promise in Drive Club, and it ended up being a great game. People didn't give it enough time. Sony didn't give the developers enough time to make the game and bring it out. And it just was like things didn't work out. They closed down the studio.
You know what I think?
And what was funny is Xbox had came out with Forza Horizon, and we could have had a competitor because we had a studio that was already making those types of games with MotorStorm. And it was like, if Sony just would have gave them one more fucking chance, you know what I'm saying?
I think the pressure of the industry also affected them, right? So like things were changing. The 360 era really hurt Sony, right? Like so like their opportunity like was PS4, right? So when Microsoft screwed up, they took advantage of that, and that's why they're trying to run with it, right? But like you have to remember, there was a period of time where like Microsoft was like the place to be. There was a time in the industry. I don't know if people like this is like if you know you're a gamer. And as a gamer that plays all platforms, right? I have every single console. I've mentioned that. I'm a PlayStation guy, hands down. Most of my games are on PlayStation. If you're a gamer, you know there was a period of time where Ghost Recon and Uno was the only good thing in console gaming. Uno, the card-based game. Yeah. Uno single-handedly saved 360 because they didn't release with crap, right? Uno was great. Uno on a Friday night, past midnight, was wild. If you had a camera, right? People were doing stuff on there for like Xbox Live credits. Like Uno was popping, and Ghost Recon was the best thing in gaming right at that time because they came out early because they were trying to beat Sony, but they never had any titles. And then Gears of War came out, and there was nothing to compete with Gears of War, right? Because Gears 1 and 2 are still hands down. Sony has never released anything that can compete with Gears of War 1 and 2. Yet Gears sucks. Because Microsoft does not handle Gears of War well. The hype behind what they were doing in the 360 era got to their head, and then all the Gears suffers from Halo endings. Halo 1, 2, horrible ending. Gears 1, 2, horrible ending. Every single Gears of War has a horrible ending. It's like their financial budget ran out as they get to the last part of the game. So, but Gears of War multiplayer, Sony has never released anything that can compete with Gears of War. To date. Still to date. Nothing, right? But so Microsoft has bangers, which is why my issue with them is that they don't know how to cultivate what they have, because Gears, Sony doesn't have the answer to that. Halo, Sony had the answer for that. Killzone was released to answer for Halo, right? And I love Killzone. I prefer Killzone story than Halo, right? And I've played every Killzone. So like when I say that Sony has the franchises to actually compete, yes, go ahead. But can they compete with Call of Duty? No, they can't compete with Call of Duty because they have not dealt with their franchise titles that they have for such a long time, so people don't really know them anymore, which is what I agree with you. Sony has slept on these titles. We shouldn't wait this long for another Killzone.
This is one of the reasons why they slept on it is because it didn't make the money. And when it didn't make the money, it was like, okay, we got to move on to something else. That right there is one of the things I hate about Sony. That if something doesn't look certified gold, they fucking dump it. Destruction All-Stars needed your content. Literally. Add Nathan Drake, add Kratos in the game. Watch that shit would have been popping off. You didn't do anything. Right. You didn't even make any contracts with any crossover IPs for any game or any merchandise at all for anything. Destruction All-Stars was only like unknown characters, and nobody wanted to play as unknown characters. You would have added Sweet Tooth and Destruction All-Stars, which again, you could do it right now. You bringing out the TV show, that'll be great content. They're not gonna do it.
No, they're not gonna do it.
Destruction All-Stars was so fucking bad that they didn't even put this shit on PC, bro. They didn't even put Destruction All-Stars on PC. That's how bad it was.
What about that game that they created that was almost like Smash Brothers?
PlayStation All-Stars?
It was like different. It was the PlayStation. Yeah. That could have been good too.
That was actually good, right? But they, again, later on, well, not that much later, but the following year, they had moved over, obviously, to the PS4. They brought out PlayStation All-Stars in 2012, November 2012. By February 2013, just a few months later, they would reveal the PS4. Now, if PlayStation All-Stars had a budget of going to also launch on PS4, that would have been a great game to play during the holiday. But they didn't do that. They were like, well, it doesn't look like there's a lot of y'all. Fuck this shit. We're moving. And that's what killed PlayStation All-Stars. Sony not believing in it.
Well, they better start believing in it now.
Exactly. So what you guys are looking at right now is SOCOM Confrontation, which it looks a lot much better than I thought it did. But I think it got some upgrades or people running that shit on high specs or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, PlayStation had military shooters, good ones. You know, again, I'm excited about the Helldivers thing because, like I said, we don't get a lot of games from the PS3 generation that they bring back. So it's a gesture of goodwill. I hope we don't fail the test.
I'll pick it up.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now. If you don't even fucking care about the game, still pick it up. Because you never know what tests we're failing and what games that budget could bring. If that game sells well, we don't know where they're going to allocate that money. They may allocate that money to more content for the game, or that's already in the budget, but they allocate that money to like bringing back another PS3 game. They're like, oh, well, this old game came back and it did good. Oh, man, well, let's bring back another old game. See if that, and then if that does good, let's bring back this. Let's bring back this. Oh, this is doing good too. Let's bring back everything.
Well, look at Call of Duty. Look how much people were looking forward to Battlefield. Like, so many people were looking forward to Battlefield. When that trailer came out and you could shoot when that skydive shooting the plane out of the sky.
Yeah.
Like, everybody was pumped for Battlefield because everyone was done with Call of Duty. People are still done with Call of Duty. If you're looking at YouTube and look at Call of Duty, look how many people are ranting about Call of Duty because skill-based matchmaking sucks.
Exactly. Right? But listen to this. Right? If Sony can, they know what's going on with Call of Duty. They're Activision's closest partner. Fuck Microsoft. Microsoft's not Activision's closest partner until the deal goes through. Sony knows as much about Call of Duty and Activision as Microsoft. They know a lot, right? So they know that the viewership and the gamers are going down. We heard in a court case that there's only like 1 million PS4 gamers that are playing Call of Duty. I don't believe that shit. But long story short, obviously it's gone down, right? More people don't want to play Call of Duty. If that is fucking true, Sony has an opportune chance to take advantage of people not liking Call of Duty right now and bring out their own games, their own shooters. Because people are thirsty for something new.
Yep. Somebody tweeted, I was reading it this morning, that like insider that said that Modern Warfare 3 and they put the puke emoji next to it saying that it's garbage, kind of like looking that Modern Warfare 3 is not going to be good, which is what they're coming out with this year. And they said that Treyarch's Modern Warfare, which Treyarch is the one that did Black Ops Cold War, they're the ones doing it next year. That one looks like it's going to be good. So this is the perfect year to actually attack Call of Duty.
Wait. You said this year's Call of Duty looks like it's going to be bad?
Yeah, that's what.
Let me ask you a question because I can't think straight when it comes to Call of Duty. It's fucking boring. What Call of Duty do you think they're gonna bring out? It's not Black Ops. It can't be Black Ops.
No. This year is gonna be Modern Warfare 3. Everything that they've showed so far is gonna be MW3.
But they just brought out Modern Warfare 2.
Exactly, they're on a remake cycle, right? Because like, remember,
hold on. Did they bring out Modern Warfare 3 before?
No, not a remake.
No, but they brought out it came. Modern Warfare 3 came out before.
Yeah,
bro, that's lazy, bro. Like, you know what? That's top notch lazy, bro. That's top notch lazy.
That was what Sony's complaint was. It's like they were worried that Microsoft was going to pull Call of Duty from them because this year is not a full Call of Duty. This year is not a new Call of Duty. This year is a refresh Call of Duty. Right? That's the big problem. It's
I see. This is a decoy Call of Duty. This is not a real one.
No, this is not a real Call of Duty. Next year is the realAll of Duty. So
I'm done, bro. Oh, that's
Sony's
fucking...
Sony's license to Call of Duty ends next year.
Okay. You know what? You know what, bro? You know what? Sony need to be on their shit right now. As soon as they heard that the judge shot down the fucking injunction, Sony need to be on their shit. They're at an opportune time to introduce shooters. Oh my god, I had an epiphany. Oh fuck, I had an epiphany.
And that is why.
And you know which one it is? You know what it is? It's fucking Last of Us Factions Part 2.
Is it coming out though? Because they're quiet on that shit.
They pushed it back. Maybe next year or maybe never. I mean, I'm just saying it's a chance. I'm not saying I don't know when it's gonna come out, but I know they definitely pushed it back.
We need some shadow drops. That's what we need. We just need like a trailer to come on that says SOCOM, for example, or Killzone. I'd be like, you don't have to wait.
I feel like they could do it with this one game, but I don't want them to. I want them to see if they can make the budget. And that will be Helldivers. I think Helldivers would be a great shadow drop because it's already in the minds of PlayStation gamers. You can drop it for either a cheap price or a PlayStation Plus, and just see what's going on with this because it's a day and date title, and I gotta figure out what the marketing for this is and what the price and everything is, but it looks ready. Like
it looks ready.
Yeah, there's nothing from this that made me think that it's not ready. There's another shooter that we have, and what's really weird about this now, Uncharted 2, 3, and 4 multiplayer were on fucking fire.
I loved it. I played it,
bro. Let me go show y'all this gameplay we had looked at a while back, man. Y'all gotta look at this shit.
Is it still live though?
Are we still live?
No. Isn't Uncharted multiplayer still live?
Yes, it's still live.
Yeah.
You can hop on that shit right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah. You can add me on a PSN. We definitely hop on there. Though. Like, that shit is fire. You got a lot of veterans on there. They will toast you. But it's so fucking good, man. Ross Silly, what's going on? You said the multiplayer, but Warzone is still a top game on Twitch. Yeah. Warzone is still hot fire. Yeah, Warzone is still hot fire. But that's the thing. PlayStation has had so many shooters. And I don't know why I forgot about Uncharted when I was talking about all the shooters we had on the PS3. But Uncharted was a big shooter. From Part 2 to Part 3 on PS3, Uncharted was a big fucking shooter. It was a military one, right? Because Drake kept going against military people. Like during the single player. So it was a lot of military guns. And then in Part 4, they added a shitload of military guns. And what was it? It was on Part 3 and Part 4 where they added like gun customizations. Where you could like put different like scopes on your guns and shit. Like they were getting real creative, man. And like I said, still up. People still get on Uncharted to this day. This footage was captured this year. This was Uncharted 4 footage this year. And niggas are just getting it in, bro. We got games. Sony has to fucking fall back on what they're good at. Make your shit. Stop trying to rely on other fucking developers you don't even own to make stuff for you, man. It's not fucking worth it. It's not worth it, man. Yeah, they PlayStation got they got it, bro. They gotta act now. While the iron is fucking cool. People say why the iron is hot. Fuck that shit. No. The iron is cold over there at Activision. Hit them right now. Hit them right fucking now, bro. Bro, they bringing out Modern Warfare 3 again? Like, that's when you know they don't got no ideas. Damn, bro. And you know what's funny, though? It don't even matter. Because as long as the marketing and the first trailer and the advertisement with the rappers and NBA stars are fucking good, it doesn't matter. People gotta buy Part 3 like it's a fucking new game. They gotta buy Modern Warfare 3 like it's a whole brand new IP and shit. Goodness. That's so sad. Fish and Chips, you said, I'd like to see a new IP from Naughty Dog after they fire Neil Druckmann. Okay. Okay. I'm not even gonna dive into that.
Why would they fire Neil Druckmann?
I'm not even gonna dive. I'm not diving into that. You can know, but they be on that wild shit, bro. They be claiming Neil Druckmann to responsible for everything. So it is what it is. Let me see. I bet you her son influenced her. JRow49. I mean, we don't know the full story, and we probably never know. But obviously, that was something that we were all worried about. That there was some bias there. Because her son worked for the company that she had to make a decision about. And if it looks like a duck and it sounds like a duck, and let's say it smells like a duck, it's probably a duck. So it is what it is, man. I don't mean to be that guy, but you know, it is what it is. Now we just wait to see if the FTC go drag this shit on. I think the FTC should step aside, allow Microsoft to acquire Activision so that we can all move on and Sony can stay focused. At the end of the day, I'm a PlayStation gamer and I want Sony and PlayStation to stay focused on what they truly need. They need to go and make their own multiplayer games again. They were good at it. Just because people didn't buy it does not mean back in the day, doesn't mean people won't buy it now. Like, you have a pretty damn good install base. It's best for you to try your luck again. See if these new PlayStation dudes over here will buy some of these games. If the marketing, like, Sony needs to do better with the multiplayer marketing. Like, you have all these tournaments and shit. You need to market your fucking game inside these tournaments, man. They got to do way better. Like, PlayStation has had multiple chances of success when it came to multiplayer. And I think it was because of their own lack of faith in their own multiplayer games that they've ended up failing. Like, they don't market their games. Like Uncharted is still being played today, but you would never know because Sony is not marketing the game. They don't have it in any tournaments. They don't, they don't stream it on their YouTube channel or Twitch channel. Like, bro, it was like, oh, it didn't do good. Oh, okay, we gotta forget it. It's like, Sony. I was like, what are you doing, man? Like, truly, what are you doing, Sony? So that's my problem. I'm not upset at the FTC. I'm not upset at Microsoft. I'm more upset at Sony for them allowing themselves to get suckered in for 10 years on just focusing on Call of Duty, and not your own IPs, which, again, they're not bad. It's just they don't have the support that you give to Call of Duty. So that's the thing, man. Like, again, people are still, as you can see, 3 weeks ago, 5 days ago, 6 months ago, 8 days ago, people are still on Uncharted. This year, they're still playing multiplayer. They're still on the multiplayer. It's a shooting game. It's still live. Sony's not even talking about, why are they not talking about their own game? Why are they not marketing their own game? Why don't they have their own shooting game in tournaments? No, they got Call of Duty tournaments, though. They got Call of Duty tournaments out the ass. It's wild, bro. It's wild when you really think about what's going down with Sony and just how they are almost allergic to their own IPs that are multiplayer that have guns in them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you made it. You the one that fucking greenlit it. You filled the budget to Naughty Dog. You know, it was weird because when Last of Us 2 launched without multiplayer, everybody was scratching their head, and then it kept getting delayed and kept getting delayed. We were supposed to see it this year, then it got delayed again. It's like, motherfucker, do you? And now they probably gonna wish they had an Uncharted 2, Last of Us Part 2 Factions 2 multiplayer. But hey, too little, too late. It's not the gamers' not the gamers' fault. The gamers wanted it. You know? The fans wanted it. The media, the journalists, they were all looking for the multiplayer for The Last of Us Part 2. But no. For some reason, Sony want to focus on only single player. And it's coming back to bite them in the ass. It's their fault. All of this shit right here could have been avoided. They could have, they made Call of Duty big enough for Microsoft to say, we need to take it off the battlefield by owning Activision. That's again, Sony initially weaponized Call of Duty by putting so much energy, so much marketing, so much focus in that game that it became a juggernaut during the holidays that everybody, including Sony themselves, have to delay their own games so that they don't get crossed up with the Call of Duty shit. Like, man, it's wild, man. Look forward to the rebranding, the reboot of The Truth Hurts. The Truth Hurts is coming out tomorrow. I got a lot of shit that I gotta say, and you haven't even heard all of it. I'm gonna be unfiltered. I'm gonna curse a lot. I'm probably gonna rage a lot. It is what it is. I'll be streaming some Call of Duty tonight, so I just wanted to let it all y'all know. I will probably be streaming Call of Duty tonight. Not this one. No, I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish downloading this one, but then I want to go get the other one. This is the one I really want to play. I don't know if the multiplayer is still online for this though, but I want to play this little story. Let's see what we got. Zombie base install. Dead Ops arcade pack. So they
Cold Wars.
They gave us the
Cold War is amazing.
Huh?
Cold War is great.
Yeah, I participated in the beta and I really liked it, but again, I'm just not a Call of Duty fan, so I didn't pick it up.
Yeah, no, you'll like Cold War.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna stream this on Twitch tonight. Oh, they say I don't got enough space. Let's go free up some more space. Huh?
If you download it, I'll jump in and show you the ropes.
Okay.
I play hardcore only though.
I gotta find some space first. Call of Duty taking up untold amount of the space.
Dude, it's like 230 gigs.
But why? I mean, see that right there, but why? Why is it that much?
Because you have the single player and the multiplayer. You get to choose one or the other, though. You can choose one. If you just want to play if you just want to play single player, install single player. If you want to choose multiplayer, then you choose multiplayer.
I'm just trying to see if there's any big games that I have installed that I'm not playing no more that I need to uninstall. Cause you said 200 gigs. That's just stupid. That's just a stupid amount of. You don't even need that. Like, what the fuck is that? I think it's WWE. I think if I delete WWE, which is taking up 75 gigabytes, I think that can free me up. Final Fantasy is 90 gigs. That's pretty massive too. Anything else? Anything that's like 10 gigs or above that I don't need? Like Life is Strange, I haven't went back to that, but I really want to play that again. Let's see. Tales of Arise. I truly do not want to delete this game because if I delete that fucking game, what are we looking at? So, Deathloop, I deleted that. Immortal Phoenix Rising, Solstice, WWE 2K23. I was gonna do a side-by-side comparison with AEW, but I'm good. Enough people have done that comparison. We're gonna get this fucking shit off my stuff so I can download yet another Call of Duty that breaks the fucking bank of memory, because for untold reasons, it's just not optimized. I mean, I think all of this could definitely be this could be something where I think that it could be something went wrong. They keep telling me something went wrong. How about now? Get that add-on out of the way for that. Okay, so Call of Duty. I'm gonna put this up on my Twitter and see what people think. Yeah, I'm gonna stream this shit tonight, and I got many more hours left for the day, so that'll be good. I'm gonna stream Call of Duty tonight, and we'll talk more about Activision and what it means. Again, wow. I mean, this shit about to be wild. Oh. I haven't did the best part of the stream yet. I haven't went to XBOTS podcast to find out what they're talking about. That's
Christmas over there.
I bet it is, man. We should go listen in on one of these guys.
They're like, haha, Sony-san.
Yeah. Oh, I got like 7 notifications on my Xbox account. Oh goodness, Ponies down. Wow. Listen to that. We got a beast of truth. This guy says Xbox One to Xbox One. WON. Goodness. It's a victory for them. Okay, we're going to go listen to some Xbox fans. I'm going to put some Helldivers gameplay up because it's going to be painful.
If you talk to most of these guys, they're never going to know that kind of shit. You know, they run with narratives they heard somebody else say. It's never any kind of original thought. But y'all go ahead, man. I'm gonna get y'all know I'm gonna get my
yeah,
thoughts.
Yeah, I already know.
But,
PlayStation sell, but you notice what I don't like with a lot of like toxic Sony people. It's like PlayStation, like they do all these anti-competitive deal, and you hear nothing. You go on the Sony guy channel just to see if they keeping it real, keeping the energy and everything.
Somebody said you said J Row. You said Jay, you ought to put a 99-cent gift a sub option. How do I even do that? I have to figure out how to do that. So let me go figure out how to do that shit real quick. I'll definitely do it. I didn't even set up the gifting system on YouTube, so they just added
My first comment. What anti-competitive deal that Sony ever made?
Oh, is that for me or for the guy that was talking?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that like the first thing that the guy said in the podcast was like Sony's made so many anti-competitive deals. Like,
they're just mad that they can't get Spider-Man. Yeah, but that's not anti-competitive. But yeah,
when Microsoft had year rights to Call of Duty, like
and Tomb Raider and Mass Effect and BioShock.
That was nothing, right? Yeah, sure, cool. Yeah, we got Tomb Raider when it came up to be like, wasn't it the Game of the Year edition?
Mm.
That's what. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just happy about it. But they like he already sound like he doesn't know how to really dive into this information. It's a W for them because they don't have to buy Call of Duty. But at the end of the day, that's it. If let me just put it this way: if PlayStation fans that used to be 360 fans go back home to play Call of Duty on Xbox, right? That's not a win, right? It's only a win if you have to buy a new console and you buy a console in droves, right? Then that adds up. If you can keep that transfer of active users, then it'll add up. If people go outside of Call of Duty and buy software outside of Game Pass, then it'll add up. The reason why Xbox is not getting good revenue right now is because you can't convince these idiots to stop just not buying games. Like they go over there, get Game Pass, whenever Game Pass looks like it's gonna have a month and then a good month, and then what do? Oh, okay. I'm gonna just play this on Game Pass. I'm not gonna give you any money for anything else, just Game Pass. You can't. That's not a successful business for Microsoft. That's not successful. And we just learned that they only got 21 million consoles sold for this generation between two of the SKUs. That's horrible, man. Somebody talking about I should add a 99-cent gifting option. I want to, but I don't even know where you do that shit. Does anybody know? Anybody can help me on that? Nobody? Because I'm in the membership section and I don't even know what any of that shit is. Nobody knows? Okay. I'm gonna add a gifting option however I can. Shorts feed, blah blah blah, blah blah, Seepers, memberships. Do they have a gifting option or how I can like change gifts? Let me go check this out, man. Nope. Not that one. What's this one? Show your support. Membership gifting. What is that? Membership gifting. So, I'm looking through the gifting options. What is it? They got that shit going from. They got that shit going from 1 member for $4.99 to 5 members for $24.99. I don't think I have any control over the gifting. Yeah, I don't think I have any control over the membership gifting that I know of. If I do, I'm gonna have to go Google it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like check this out. Thank you, J-Ro. Now I have to go do this research live, and I know y'all don't want to hear this. Let's see. Okay. How do I set up a gifting membership? Oh, what's the name? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, God, this sucks. Look at this fucking video. Thanks a lot, man. Okay. I think I found out how to do it. Sorry guys for the break. I just want to be sure that I can help anybody. If they want to do the gifting shit, I'll just set up the option. So let's go see how we do this. Let me see if this is right. Gift settings. Okay, there we go. Gift settings. So much confusion on YouTube. Okay. Gift. Allow gifts on this channel. Okay. Choose whether others can gift you a JayTechTV membership. Okay, so you're just you're allowing it or not allowing it. They don't allow me to customize the membership. So J-Ro, I'm trying. I'm letting you know I'm trying. I'm did the research just now. They're not letting me say, hey, gift it to the 99-cent option. To be honest, I've been worried about that for a while because I've been getting memberships for Hunter and not for Legend. So, but I don't know how to change that. All they're giving me an option for is to allow or not allow. So, I'm sorry, I can't have it set to Legend, or it's like it's picking the middle tier. And the middle tier used to be Hunter. I mean, but because it's 4 tiers, I don't know, man. If you see if you're gifting some members in the chat, that's cool. Before you push OK, you need to see if there's an option on your side to gift the membership to something that's not Hunter. Maybe you can choose the 99-cent option, but there's only like, they're telling me when I try to gift gift memberships, they'll say it's like you're gifting it for $4.99 to one person. So that seems like that's out of my control because I'm on the options right now for memberships, and there's nothing in this section that lets me know, like, give me some better options for gifting. So I mean, I'm trying, but I don't see anything. So again, you can just do one. You can gift to one person. I was looking at the video that allocates who's active the most. So whoever is the most active, it'll give a membership to that individual in the chat. So even if you're lurking, if you've been lurking for months, then and you've been here for months, and maybe you also like, then it's gonna just give it to that person that's the most active. So the memberships won't go to like random people. That go to the most active people that don't currently have a membership. VidKid 96, you say, I fear for the Crash and Spyro IP. I do too, man. I mean, I will say this benefit. Hello?
Bro?
Oh. I thought somebody said something in my ear. There's a benefit Nintendo because Nintendo can make an active contract with Microsoft in order to get Crash and Spyro into the future Smash Brothers game. So, I mean, I could see this benefiting Nintendo down the line. Obviously, they will market the fuck out of Crash and Spyro, but that's really all they can do. The thing with Crash and Spyro is we already have sales numbers that when they brought back those games, they sold better on PlayStation. You know, unless they are planning a future where Crash and Spyro are no longer on PlayStation, that's the only other way they could benefit their gamers. Other than that, it's just some fanboy shit that you're bragging about. But we know that they don't play those games. So Sam and the fallen cat that now looks like a dog. What's going on?
Pizza.
What kind of pizza?
Pepperoni. All the pepperonis are like cod.
Can I let you listen to something real quick?
Other than that, bro,
I want you to listen to the voice of the Xbox fans. You have to listen to it. It's in your contract.
Third-party studio. Everything else they know Sony takes away, or they do everything else. Sony takes away.
The only reason I was able to swallow that Bungie merger, or not merger, I guess, acquisition, is because of the fact that Destiny won't be taken away from anywhere else. No one's going to get exclusive, I should say gameplay content, because skins are already like a thing on PlayStation. But outside of that, I'm okay with that. Aside from the constant maintenance that the game has to go through now. I don't know if that's a Sony thing, or like they pulled people off of Destiny to be able to help with other stuff, so now the servers go down every week. I don't know what's causing that, but at least the content stays everywhere.
And I bet you there's worse stuff that Sony said than what Matt Booty said out there if you go through their stuff. But they want all their shit redacted. Yeah. They want all their shit redacted. They don't want that shit exposed. They don't want.
Well, what do you think about the fact that their games are costing upwards of $200 million?
Well, it's just going to be a matter of time before they have to do their own services because they need. Well, the problem with Sony is Xbox has got a windfall now of games as a service. They got money rolling in from games, from Game Pass. Not just everybody just thinks it's $70 they're going to get all this money, but you don't make all this money off of just $70 because everybody doesn't buy a game at $70. They're getting these games like they now years later. Oh, they got 10 million sales, but how many of them? Majority of themselves didn't come from the $70. It was all discounted, way down, and everything. If not given away with the.
I wish Xbox fans were more educated. So he says all of the game sales didn't come from $70. It came from discounted. It's weird because games go from $70 upwards, right? For digital deluxe. Games go upward from $70 onward, right? So it'd be $70, then it'd be deluxe edition, then it'd be elite edition, then it'd be collector's edition. For any crazy ass stupid, there are words that I can't say right now, other types of names that I can't say right now of Xbox fans that literally believe into what that guy was just saying. You guys need help. You need serious help. Merchandise, shirts, all of that stuff goes into making money off of the game once it's released. It's not just $70 and it made a lot of sales because it was discounted. PlayStation games don't go into discount real quick, man. They really don't. Not first party exclusives. They do not. It might take a year and some change, but that big burst of getting 3 million copies sold in one day, in a single weekend, that's a lot of money, man. It's $60+. A lot of people picked up the Spider-Man collector's edition. I know I picked up the God of War and a Horizon Zero Dawn collector's edition. So that's an upward of $100 they're making off of me. And then I double dip. You got to think about the people that double dip. You want to get it at midnight for digital and you want to get it physical. These guys don't know what they're talking about. I want to listen to more, but Sam is signaling me to listen to even more, so I guess I'm going to do it.
Profit strategy, but then this is a long term.
Very long term. Yeah, I think they've made this purchase thinking 10, 20 years down the line, not now. But yeah, like you said, I mean, they're making 85 billion operating income a year, Microsoft. So for them, it's a totally different thing because they're
they can make this money back in less than a year.
Yeah, exactly.
They told you they made this purchase for content for Game Pass, and the second thing was to challenge the monetization on Android and ISO. They want to get monetization on those things.
So what Microsoft needs is to take a page out of NVIDIA's book and have their cloud performance at par with GeForce Now, because I think as of now, that's the best cloud performance service there is, period. Right?
Yeah, it's actually very close to native
technology.
Yep, exactly. Lowest latency, best. Well, the graphics are already there because of the PC version. They're running on 40 series servers. However, the latency itself is very impressive. It's incredible what they've done.
Was it better than the Stadia? Because Stadia was
better. Yeah, it was better than the Stadia.
Yeah, it's the best by far at the moment. It's actually very close to native because I think it's like 70 milliseconds. But a lot of 60 frames per second games on console run at 100 milliseconds, 110 milliseconds. So it's actually quicker than some 60 frames per second games.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that one guy with the soft-spoken voice that keeps talking about a PC. He's a PC fan. He's a well-known PC troll, very racist. I didn't even know he still had a Twitter account because every time either he's changing his Twitter account or he's getting it reported. But it's good to know that the individual has a Twitter account so I can keep track and make sure I block him every time I get a chance. But we do have PC fans that are talking with Xbox fans that are in the benefit of, Activision picking up Call of Duty. For some reason, again, it's like, hey, bro, they don't like PlayStation. And I kind of wish that Sony would understand that the PC fans are not there to support you. They're there ultimately to support Microsoft and the Xbox. Like, you're not getting day and date from PlayStation exclusives, the big ones. And if you do that, then that's going to factor in if people even find a reason to buy your console. So, I mean, now with the Activision shit, in my honest opinion, I would hope that Sony backs away from the day and date PC shit. I know it's already a little bit too late, but I think that they need to focus on their own system, focus on exclusives, build your install base even deeper than it already has, and make sure that, you have competitors, you have shooters, you have alternatives, to Call of Duty or any other type of shooting game that certain people want. Like, it's just, I would not, in my honest opinion, I would not be focusing on continuously putting games on PC. You have at least 16 games on PC right now. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it, And again, this guy, the Xbox dude, was saying that, most of the 10 million sales on PlayStation are all discounted sales. That's not true, because if you look at PC right now, most of the games that PlayStation put on PC over the last 3 years, I just looked on Steam, they're all discounted except for like 2 games. They're all discounted severely. So you could say that for Xbox, you could say that for PC. The only platform you can't say that for is Nintendo, because on Nintendo platform, they don't discount their games. Nintendo does not discount their games. Yeah, they do not discount their games. That's wild. I wanted to get this one piece of information so you guys can read that when you get a chance. That's just giving you a little bit of rundown history of Helldivers 2 as well as Arrowhead. So if you wanted to take a look at it and get acclimated to who Arrowhead is, what Helldivers 2 is all about. The biggest discovery here from my research yesterday is that Helldivers 2 is on some sort of an Unreal Engine. It could be Unreal Engine 5. There were 2 websites that claimed it to be Unreal Engine 5. The other website said it was Unreal Engine 4. So I'm not really sure if it's 4 or 5 or it's a mix, but it is what it is. What's going on, Cooper Clips? You said your head hurts. Why does your head hurt? This is definitely will benefit Nintendo. Activision deal, Activision getting acquired by Microsoft is going to benefit Nintendo, because it's not the Call of Duty going to Switch thing you should be worrying about. It's like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro going to Super Smash Brothers at launch, and Nintendo having literally the ultimate fighting game. Now, I know Nintendo is missing out on all the major fighting games like Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6. I think they're going to put Mortal Kombat 1 on Switch through the cloud, because WB is desperate for money. But I don't see anybody playing Mortal Kombat on the Switch through the cloud. That would just be fucking weird. But long story short, I hope that people understand that this is definitely gonna be a benefit in a way to Nintendo. Definitely. Fish and Chips, you said Spider-Man and God of War did really well on PC. I mean, it depends on what your definition of really well. You know, both of those games didn't sell 3 million yet on PC, and they've been on PC for over a year. So selling 1 million or 1.5 million is not good for the install base that we heard was on PC. If you have 1 billion, 800 million, whatever the crazy number that PC fans continue to tell us every time we talk with them about how many active users they have or how many potential buyers they have or how many Steam accounts they have, having a 1.5 million sold in 1 year or over 1 year, or God of War, last time we checked, it was 900,000. I would assume it's over 1 million now in 1 year. Like, that's just not good, man. That's not good. Ice Queen, yeah, I saw that train. It gave me a lot of flashbacks to the train that they had running through New York. The Spider-Man advertisement train that they had running through New York, which was so fucking awesome. So it's good that they're bringing that marketing back. Spider-Man 2 is going to be big. Spider-Man 2 is going to be huge, but it's not going to, stop what's going on with Activision and Microsoft. So Sony needs to wake the fuck up, focus on the games that made you great. Focus on the platform that has your back. I would, if I was in Jim Ryan's shoes, would I continue to focus on PC? Only if the PC community can show that they love PlayStation enough to buy their games. They're not buying their games at the rate that they really need to validate a day one release or anything else. However, they're still getting that benefit from PlayStation. There are 3 games going day and date that we know of, right? That is it's Helldivers 2, then it's the game from Haven Studios, then it's like the Firewalk Studio game, I guess. I gotta go check it out. Like I kind of forgot what those games are. They're very forgettable, and I kind of just don't care. Like Helldivers 2 I care about because we can see it and it has gameplay, but I don't like the other ones. I don't know. I'm gonna just go to the PlayStation YouTube page right now. It is going to be interesting to see if certain PlayStation people go back home to Xbox, like MBG and stuff like that. So I don't think people are gonna switch yet, but I promise you, people are going to switch. Content creators, gamers, fanboys. I think certain people are going to switch. For Call of Duty, yeah. I definitely believe that's going to happen. So I'm just going over the games over here. So Concord. So Concord is one of the games. That's PS5, PC, day and date. And then there was a Haven Studio game, but I can't fucking remember. So we got Concord. There it is. Fair Games. So Fair Games, Concord, Helldivers 2. So PlayStation is giving PC the benefit of the doubt with day and date releases. There's another game, but that game's going to Xbox as well, but still it's owned by Bungie, and that would be Marathon. Now, I'm not really sure when they showed Marathon, was any of that gameplay or was it all cinematics? Because it went through in a blur and I just didn't give a fuck about it. It says not actual gameplay. Okay.
There is no gameplay.
Okay, so all of them seem to be shooters. All the day and date titles. So they're about 3 day and date titles for PC and PlayStation, and all 3 of them are shooters to a degree. One of them is a multiplayer game, and the other ones may be like one's a competitive multiplayer game. The other one's like Helldivers is co-op. I don't know what Concord is. They just showed a spaceship with a space burger. So all I'm gonna say is they're definitely showing off some stuff. So I think they're doing good with like I think the relationship with PC is good. We counted about 13 games on Steam that are on PlayStation as well. You know, that are
I
from the
think we don't.
PlayStation Studios.
I think we don't probably see the angle that they're going about the PC direct port or direct day one on PC. We might not see the angle that they're going, but they might see it. I mean, you have to trust
I
that they
see
know
the
what they're doing.
angle, and I see the fight for the future to make sure that you have a name on PC and that you have their trust. But after 13 games over 3 years, do you understand how impressive that is? They released 13 games in the last 3 years during this PC port campaign. That's massive, right? And it just doesn't seem like it's being rewarded at all by the PC community. Like, they don't seem to care. They don't seem to be thankful, grateful for it. And now they're about to do day and date. And I'm hoping that all of that, these feelings that I've seen from them, not caring, the nonchalantness of them not caring what PlayStation's doing, I hope that doesn't carry over to when Sony really does day and date with these three new IPs, or two new IPs and one existing IP, that it will actually benefit PlayStation as far as like actually making money over there. So I think Hellblade, I keep saying Hellblade, Helldivers, I think Helldivers is going to be a great test to see if the PC fans ever cared. So I think that's going to be a very interesting test. It's not a full multiplayer experience, it's co-op, but it's going to be very, very interesting. I think Fair Games just looks generic in the way that they showed the CGI, and I don't have time for anything looking generic. And I know if I'm a hardcore gamer and I'm not taken away by that, I know that a lot of other people are going to look at it and move the fuck on. Now, this is what I want everybody to understand. Fair Games, their individual video, only got 168,000 views, right? Helldivers, individual video, got 333,000 views. So Helldivers 2 is more popular than Fair Games. Then, if you go over to Concord CGI, it only got 135,000 views. Helldivers 2, 333,000 views. So, again, PlayStation gamers, they love gameplay. We want to overanalyze. We want to see what we're about to invest in. Like, we can't do that with CGI. Now, I understand it was a strategy, not making sure that you show too much, not look too strong, I guess. But the gloves are off now, Sony. You should have a real showcase or a real state of play at the end of the month and get started. No more hiding. You don't need to tiptoe around the battlefield. The console war, even on a business level, is here. It's at their it's at their doorsteps. They need to get the shit done. Don't wait till October 20th for fucking Spider-Man 2. Make sure you know you give people a reason to buy a PlayStation 5 this holiday season. Not just Spider-Man, but everything in between. So they got to get on their shit, man. So again, this is Concord. You know, obviously they got guns on the counter, bullets. So it's going to obviously be some sort of a shooter. Then this was one of my favorite parts right here, is when they show this alien burger with purple lettuce. And I love food in video games, but this was all CGI, so I kind of don't know what it means. So I have no idea what this all means. I just know that it's a alien burger with purple lettuce. Maybe some sort of alien bacon. Looks good though. I mean, I probably never eat it, but it does look tasty. Harlem PS Gamer, man. What's going on, man? I'm not. I can't be interested in nothing I can't see. If I say I'm interested now and then we see it and it looks bad, then I'm taking an L because I jumped the gun. So I can't afford to do that. You guys can, but I can't afford to do that. I'm not taking no L. So I need to see what the gameplay looks like, and then I can give a proper impression on why I'm excited. So if I'm excited, then everybody's gonna be like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And I can't explain it because I don't have anything to explain. You know, it's a shooter. It looks like you're robbing a bank, but you're going up against another crew, robbing the same bank or robbing the same place, and there's promise there, but I still want to see what the gameplay looks like. Sony has absurd amount of IPs just sitting in the closet waiting to be brought back to life. Dez, I can always depend on Dez to get in the chat and speak some fucking facts. That is one of the best. You know what? Y'all know the drill, right? Y'all know to hit the like button and subscribe. Thank you. Thank you for everybody to hit the like button. We are at 114 likes. Let's try to get to 120. I'm going to pin this because that right there, that comment right there, that right there, that's it. That's the comment of the fucking stream. That is the best comment I've seen of the entire fucking stream. That shit just takes the fucking cake, man. Goodness. Let me read this again, bro. Big shout out to Dez. He says, Sony has an absurd amount of IPs just sitting in the closet, waiting to be brought back to life. I don't think as PlayStation fans we have anything to worry about. The only thing we have to worry about is when Sony is going to wake the fuck up and get to work. We've got the best single-player games in the fucking world. Now it's time to conquer the multiplayer. And I think from what we've seen from the showcase, they're creeping there, right? We can see. Let's get out of this alien burger that I wish I could have right now. So we got Concord, we got Fair Games, we got Foam Stars. This is from Square Enix, but it's only on PlayStation and PC. And then we have Helldivers, which is also on PlayStation and PC. So we got two games that are coming out that are games as a service that are PlayStation and PC. We got Helldivers 2 and we got Foam Stars. Then you got Fair Games and then you got Concord. And I don't know when those games are coming out, but they're coming out in the future. You know, Sony's still making big money off of Destiny right now. Grand Blue Fantasy, that's not their IP, but that is coming only to PlayStation 4 and 5 and I think also PC. They have a path forward as far as making sure we have good multiplayer co-op games, right? They got them. Let's count that out. Let's count that out. So we got 1, we got 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to say the Crossfire Sierra Squad. The reason why I'm saying Crossfire Sierra Squad is because that's a multiplayer VR title. So that would be added as 6. So that'll be 6 games. So they got 6 co-op or multiplayer games that they did show off. So are they ready for the future? They truly fucking are. This is the bad news that I've been very respectful. I've not been on any fanboy stuff. So please give me the respect to tear into Xbox fans just for this little bit. I know I haven't done it. Microsoft owning Activision and their focus being on Call of Duty, filling the gap that Halo Infinite wasn't able to fill, is going to do a horrible amount of damage to Xbox. And I'll explain why in just a little bit. Let me go. I just want to have some gameplay for you guys. Again, I want to be very respectful when I talk about, Halo and stuff. Because, if I'm not, people are going to come for me. So I don't really care. I'm just trying to be a more professional host today. And I'm only doing that today because I know how crazy the Truth Hurts series is gonna be tomorrow. Because I'm just gonna say whatever the fuck I want tomorrow. Like today's a good day. Yeah, I'm relaxed. I'm calm. I found a new anime to watch. I'm chilling on fucking Helldivers, and I'm fucking good, man. Tomorrow we're gonna go live with the first episode in 5 years for the Truth Hurts. It will start as a live series. I can't guarantee it will stay that way, but I will premiere it and we will start it tomorrow, and I will have an interface for it. I design it tonight, but I just want to let y'all know that I'm very calm. There were a couple of times where I kind of lost my cool, just to reiterate the facts. But as far as today, right now, let's talk about Halo. Let me give you guys a little console war ammo. As soon as this advertisement from this cruise is done. So, let's get started. Halo is dead. Right? If you thought it wasn't dead already, it's going to be dead. When the deal closes and Activision is in the property of Microsoft, that will be the only thing they truly care about. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. Let's give me a little bit of time. I just wanted to cut those off. Okay. Again, I just want to have some gameplay when we talk about Halo. So, again, big shout out to United G for his amazing gameplay. So, Halo is going to be dead when the deal finalizes, right? And the reason why it's going to be dead is because they needed Halo to show the world that they had a shooter, right? That was worth a fuck. And now that they're going to have Call of Duty, which is going to be the definitive Xbox shooter, they're not going to need Halo. I mean, do y'all know how fucking crazy that's about to be? They've had Halo since the original Xbox, and they're going to give it up for Call of Duty. I know Xbox fans are on the fanboy stuff today.
I don't think they give it up. I don't think they give it up.
You don't think they give it up, or you don't think they get it?
I don't think Xbox will give up Halo. I think their issue with Halo and where they messed up is, Sony saw the quality in Bungie. They bought Bungie, and I think Microsoft messed up by letting Bungie go.
So wait up. So remember, Halo was supposed to have a 10-year life cycle, right? They were going to support it for 10 years?
Oh, yeah, right.
In between the 10 years, they just acquired Bethesda, and they also picked up Activision. They don't need Halo. Halo's not a draw point for Xbox right now. The draw point is get Xbox, get get Game Pass, and then you get Bethesda games and Activision games for free. Halo is not a system seller anymore. The system seller is the content for Game Pass and the publishers that Microsoft now has underneath the Xbox banner.
Well, let me
ask you a question. When's the last time you heard somebody say, I'm buying an Xbox for Halo?
I bought an Xbox for Halo.
Is it alive?
Yeah, I bought an Xbox. I own all three systems.
So do you think Halo's going like that?
Sony for the exclusives. I bought. Xbox for the exclusive. I bought Xbox for Halo.
Okay, so do you think Halo is doing what it used to do? Because when I said
Halo
is dead,
100% agree. Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, Halo's dead compared to where it used to be. It's not on 100%. The level of Destiny 1. It's not on the level of Destiny 2.
100% agree.
It's not on the level of Call of Duty Warzone or Warzone 2.
100% agree. So, I agree with you 100%.
I'm talking about Microsoft. I'm not talking about Xbox fans and what they want for the business. I'm being as realistic as possible. Microsoft does not need Halo to sell you on an Xbox ever again. It's the content in Game Pass and the publishers that they own. That right now, at least over the next 3 years until like it's fully realized by every gamer in console war, that is the real draw of Xbox.
Well, let me rephrase it. I would like them not to let go of it.
Okay.
I would like them.
I feel like they can keep Halo and not lose money.
Halo better.
Yeah,
I just like them use their in-house talent.
They could keep Halo and not like and eat the cost if they're not making their money back. But they definitely need some guidance over there at 343, whether it's going to be Activision or it's going to be 100%. Somebody at Bethesda.
100%. I think they're lacking.
I could say some positives. I don't have a problem with the graphics. I think the graphics are solid for a Halo game. I just think they were very misguided with the type of content that they could plug in there and actually be something that the fans wanted. I think the fans wanted a core experience. I think this was a good map to bring back, this little desert, almost modern warfare type of map. I think they tried, but I think that so many of the Xbox fans are no longer Halo fans, and they've kind of like migrated to Call of Duty by default. I mean, I don't think it's Halo's fault. I just think that they're not Halo fans anymore. They're Call of Duty fans. And I think that Microsoft buying Activision isn't going to stop that natural migration of being a Halo fan versus being a Call of Duty fan. So I can only hope that may be the case going forward, that they can find a way to make Halo great again. But why would you even go through all that trouble when you already have Call of Duty? Like, you own Call of Duty. Like, you don't have to fight that hard for first place if you can like get like a potion and turn invisible and just go to first place where everybody's sleeping. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can cheat your way to first place. You don't actually have to, like run to first place anymore. Like, Microsoft can announce next year that, hey, we made the most money. We have the most games sold because, Call of Duty is always going to be in the top 5 or top 10 on any given month. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I just think that, sadly, going forward, it's going to be pretty weird, man. Because they do not need Halo. I think Halo is their flagship. I think it's the game that's been there since the beginning. I mean, I think we can all acknowledge that Halo is a big deal for them. That's their Mario. But their fans are not even treating it. The majority of the fans, are not respecting Halo. I was a Killzone fan, and I still am. I never stopped playing Killzone until they turned the servers off. I would always get on there a couple times a year, or during the first and second year, I was on there a lot. But, I was on there to the end. And it's just, I can't tell you how many Halo fans are so upset, and they're like, oh, I'm going to Call of Duty. And then they go to Call of Duty. So it's like, it's weird, man. It's, maybe there needs to be a Halo with like a spinoff or whatever. Not Infinite, but like Halo something else. Maybe Halo Rush Hour, call it Halo Rush Hour. And then you have the Call of Duty people come in and make a special Halo you know, or put a Master Chief skin into Call of Duty for the next Call of Duty. I mean, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. But they just don't need Halo to do good anymore. That's the thing. They do not need Halo to do good anymore. It's sad that that's just a reality. I don't think anybody really wants a game to just die. Like the way that it, you know, that some people say it did, but it is what it is. Ross Silly, you say I love Killzone. Yeah, I love Killzone too, man. I loved it to the end until they turned the fucking servers off. Always Mad Gaming. Microsoft will be putting out more money than what they will bring in with Activision. Wait up, let me read that again. I'm not sure if you wrote that right or maybe I read that wrong. Microsoft will be putting out more money than what they will bring in with Microsoft. I don't know that to be true or not. So I'm gonna wait for the facts because I don't want to jump the gun and just listen to you guys and I'll take an L again. I'm not trying to take L's with this whole situation, so I'm gonna be very cautious on what I say today. Tomorrow, probably gonna say some wild shit, but as far as today, I'm gonna be very, very, very cautious on what I say and who I listen to. Because again, with the whole court proceeding, so many people were wrong. People were all in my ear saying, "Nah, Jay, the deal's dead. The deal's dead." I was like, "Nah, man, nah." Normally, when you want something to happen, the most is when it doesn't happen, man. So I think too many people were invested in this deal being dead that it kind of jinxed the whole situation, and that is why the deal is not dead. So, hey, man. Sometimes you gotta listen to your gut. In my case, I listened to my gut. I knew that this deal was, you know what was gonna happen with that shit. Gregory, you said Final Fantasy 9 is fire. Final Fantasy 9 is fire. Cool. Is it like a remake or something? Is it a new Final Fantasy 9 out? I'm not owning both systems. I don't have enough time for that. So most of the games I want to play I already have access to. As far as Activision, they've been more of a Call of Duty, studio so far. They put out Call of Duty more than any other game now. So if you like Call of Duty, you go where Call of Duty is. If you want to, run over there and pick up an Xbox for Call of Duty, you can do that. Obviously, there's another choice. You can build a PC if that's what you really want to do. I don't think there's any reason to have your eyes on Phil. They're gonna I think they're gonna be able to turn this shit around and make money off of Activision. They picked up Bethesda, they picked up Activision. I'm calling it right now. I think that Microsoft's gonna be looking at EA next. They're gonna have the three pillars of the American gaming community, and that's sports, shooting games, sports shooting games and sports shooting games and RPGs. Yeah, there it is. So you got RPGs from Bethesda, you got shooting games from Activision, and then you have sports. And that would cover like football and racing. Because if you pick up EA, you have Need for Speed. And I promise you right now that Microsoft is thinking about picking up EA. I promise you. They're not.
Don't forget about MMOs.
What MMOs?
Well, like WoW, but WoW's kind of dead. But WoW.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, they're gonna have MMOs and RPGs with Activision with WoW, and they're definitely bringing World of Warcraft to Xbox. Once this deal finalizes, they're gonna announce that World of Warcraft is on its way to Xbox. It will not be going to PlayStation. Let me see. And then Diablo, which is already out, but I guess they're gonna force it to be Game Pass. Again, they're just waiting for the deal to be done for it to when they close the deal and the FTC can't fuck with them anymore. That is the very moment that they will announce a round table and they will announce, yes, Diablo is coming to Game Pass this Friday or this today, or it's available on Game Pass today. Like, they're gonna do that shit, bro. They're gonna do that shit, bro. So Xbox fans are cool. They don't have to buy any games. All they have to do is continuously subscribe in the Game Pass, and they're not gonna have to buy anything. If that's how they want to play video games going forward, not buying games or not owning games, that's cool. You just, hey, don't do it.
And that's the reason why I said Activision's going to cost them more money to go on, because they're going to be disnominal with the advertisements and stuff, putting the game out. And bots don't buy games, they won't have the PlayStation players to back them up.
Well, see, that's the thing. I disagree, because as long as Call of Duty is still on PlayStation for the next few years, they're going to make a lot of money from unsuspected PlayStation fans that don't understand what's going on. There are too many casuals on PlayStation that don't know what's going on right now. And they're going to buy Call of Duty like nothing's wrong. And they're going to be the ones giving that money over to Microsoft. I guarantee you right now, if I was to call for every PlayStation fan to start boycotting Call of Duty starting this year, no one would listen to me. It's not because my name's JTech. It's because no one stopped. They're not going to stop playing Call of Duty. They're not going to stop playing Call of Duty. So, whether you're supporting Microsoft or not, they don't even give a fuck. It's Call of Duty. They're going to buy it.
Hey, you know I got a lot of comment videos on my channel. Stop it. Just like that. Snap my fingers.
I can't hear you really good, man. Your connection's not as good.
Oh, I'm driving.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, man. I'm like, we can barely hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm driving.
I got you. But yeah, I mean, they definitely gonna lose money, because you basically, by acquiring Activision, every single Xbox fan now knows they don't have to buy a single Activision game going forward. So they're gonna lose that little bit of chunk of money. But they were already losing that since last year. Since the report that Microsoft was planning on buying Activision, Xbox fans started to stop buying Activision games on the hopes that when the deal goes through, they could just get it for free. So a lot of Xbox fans have been waiting for this to be finalized so that they can just get the games for free. So yeah, they've lost money on Xbox fans, but they've always been losing money on Xbox fans. The thing that's going to hurt Activision is if they lose money on PlayStation fans. If PlayStation fans, kind of like understand that, hey, if I keep buying this game, it's just supporting Microsoft. Then if any of them would actually wake the fuck up, then that would be bad for Activision. Because the only way that Activision could make that money back for Microsoft is if PlayStation fans are stupid enough to continuously buy Call of Duty for as long as Call of Duty is still available on PlayStation. So let's hope that our brothers and sisters are not stupid. But I wouldn't count them out. I would not count them out. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't count them out. Nothing's going to change for me because I already don't buy Call of Duty games, But I have access to them from Plus, which I believe once the deal is finalized, they're going to find a way to take those games off of Plus. So if you have not downloaded any of the Call of Duty games that are available now on Plus, including Cold War, probably your best chance to at least add it to your library before they take that shit off. Because they literally just added Call of Duty to Plus. They just added Cold War to Plus. I'm letting y'all know right now, bro. They definitely, by the end of this year, all of the Call of Duties that are available on PlayStation Plus, they're going to be taken off of Plus, bro. So if you have access to the game, man, enjoy that access. But they will definitely not allow us to play Call of Duty through Plus. They're going to be forcing us to make sure we buy the game. Because we're the only people that's going to make Microsoft money going forward. You have to understand that. Everybody in the chat, you have to understand that. Going forward, we're the only people that's going to make Microsoft money. They spent this money on Activision so that the money we pour into Call of Duty can pour into Microsoft's wallet. Because their gamers are not doing their part over there. And they desperately need revenue. And the only way they can get revenue is by targeting a popular game that's on one of the most popular systems in the world. And that right there is the PlayStation game console, as well as the video game being Call of Duty. So I've tried to tell people this when it came to Minecraft. No one listened. And every year Minecraft gets popular and popular because people keep playing it, keep buying it on Nintendo Switch and PlayStation. On Xbox, Minecraft doesn't sell at all, and it's not on Game Pass. We're the people making Microsoft the most money. So people got to understand that that's just how it is, man. What I want is that I want Microsoft to like acquire Activision, take Call of Duty off of PlayStation, and then see if their gamers support Activision. But they're not that stupid. No. Yeah, exactly. They're not that stupid. They know the only way to make that money back is to get the money from the PlayStation community. So that's why they're doing what they're doing with Call of Duty. Because, man, sadly, PlayStation fans made Call of Duty too popular. And now Microsoft is like, hey, bro, we need that money. And they're going to get the money from the PlayStation fans. And like I said, I'm saying it again like a broken record. Remember what I'm saying, bro. Remember what I'm saying. PlayStation fans are not going to be smart enough to boycott Call of Duty after this deal goes through. They're not smart enough. They're going to buy that fucking game year after year and make a lot of money for Microsoft. And that's what Microsoft's betting on. They are not taking Call of Duty off of PlayStation because they believe that PlayStation fans are going to be their key to victory when it comes to making money in the gaming industry.
Oh, they take Call of Duty off PlayStation. They'd be stupid.
Oh, yeah, they'd be stupid if they take that shit off of PlayStation. But they'll put it on the Game Pass day and date. Yeah, they'll put it in the Game Pass day and date. And they also, obviously all the map packs and shit will be early on over there. But if I was them, I wouldn't even do shit like that. Because if you do any of that shit right there, that could prevent a PlayStation fan from thinking that there's any value in buying the game on PlayStation, and then they end up just playing it on Game Pass on Xbox if they go and get an Xbox. Them playing it on Xbox on Game Pass is not making you money. So it's going to be a very interesting situation on how they can properly execute it, and it's only going to be possible with the stupidity. I'm saying this again, with the stupidity of the PlayStation community. If the PlayStation community is too stupid to understand that they're giving all their money to Microsoft because they keep buying Activision games like Diablo and Overwatch and Call of Duty, hey, bro, hey, it is what it is. You giving Xbox an easy victory. I don't want them to have an easy victory. They should have to fight for it. They should have to actually create great games, not just buy publishers that already have an established IP. I think that's pretty fucked up. But again, that's probably only just JayTech that's thinking that way. We got about 82 people here. Y'all can head to the chat. Let me know if you play Call of Duty. If you play Call of Duty, say yes. If you don't play Call of Duty, say no. And what I mean by that is if you're you're an active user on Call of Duty. Let me read this. So Caution doesn't play it actively. Cooper Clips say he doesn't play it actively. Lorenzo doesn't play it actively. Donald Boyd does not play it actively. Nick say he doesn't play it actively. The Lightning Uppercut doesn't play it actively. There's no way y'all don't play that shit actively. Everybody and their mother play that fucking game.
Call of Duty I play
I
is
mean,
Call of
I
Duty
don't
Modern Warfare,
actively play
Modern
Call of
Warfare
Duty, but I
Remastered.
have played Call of Duty, and I do own Call of Duty games. But I don't actively play it. Like I would say there's been times where I've gone years without playing a Call of Duty. I'm just wired that way. Like other people, they're not so much. But I'm wired that way that I can go years without playing Call of Duty. Now I will have a dedicated shooter. In a generation, I will always have a dedicated shooter. Like Killzone, Shadowfall was my dedicated shooter for PS4, along with Uncharted 4 and a few other games. And then I had a lot of shooters for the PS3. Oh, Battlefield, yeah. I think the early days of the PS4, I had a couple Battlefield games, and then I got the Star Wars Battlefront games. So, yeah. I've had a good amount of shooters on the PS4, like what, Titanfall 2, I was on that shit, including the multiplayer. So, yep. It's just about to be real crazy in the gaming industry because people are definitely got people got to pick sides. Studios, publishers are gonna have to pick sides on who they want to get acquired by going forward. Because again, if you get acquired by Microsoft going forward, you're looking at a situation where Call of Duty, aka Activision, is going to overshadow every game you put out. So you're going to have to make sure if you get acquired by Microsoft, you can't put your game out in a certain season because Call of Duty is going to overshadow it and you're going to lose a lot of, well, I guess money. Because with your game going straight to Game Pass, I mean, you're not getting money anyway, but especially if it's an exclusive. So I don't know. Dez, you said I'm not losing any sleep whatsoever over Call of Duty. I agree, man. I agree. Not me either. Because after this stream, I'm going right back to Helldivers and Final Fantasy 16. I'm fucking eating good, man. I'm fucking eating good. So I wanted to ask you guys if you could participate in the poll. I wanted to play a Call of Duty tonight. So what I'm going to do is we're going to keep showing Helldivers, and I'm going to prepare to finalize the downloads of these games. So if we can get out of here around 4:30, so in the next 39 minutes, I can finalize the download of all the Call of Duty games and kind of have a vote. You know, it'll be between Call of Duty Cold War, World War II, Call of Duty Black Ops 3, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And then we'll see which one y'all want me to play, right? So that'll be the game I stream, and then I use some of that content to talk for The Truth Hurts. Again, I'm planning on doing a live stream, but my ass might just say I'm gonna do a normal rant. So whatever it's gonna be at 11:30. I think I'm gonna go to a live stream because if I do a fucking video, it's gonna be like a while. I'm gonna be ranting for a while. I don't. Yeah.